Thank you for following Kevin. I don't know if that's old chat or new chat.
It's the test.
Oh, that was the test. I got it up, yeah. Yeah, you're good. Oh, I heard it in my phone. Hey, how's it going, Bobby? Welcome to the show. Just getting set up. Testing out some new amenities that me and the wife are working on. Oh, looks like even though the voice isn't working through my headset, I need to keep it in to hear things that pop up. How you doing tonight, man? Oh, don't worry about it, man. Just glad to see you're here now. Work always takes priority. I haven't been on much since the reset, so I need to catch up a little bit, and I also don't know what I'm spending my stuff on yet. Oh, right, this. Yeah, and that's it. I'm not investing into that deck. They can suck my deck. Is that too cheesy? I don't know. I liked it. So we need to upgrade something, and I'm pretty sure this will tell me to upgrade nothing. Nope, not there. I got a upcoming takeover with a Toshiro, so that'll be fun, but that's like a week out. And I got somebody else asking me to do a takeover probably this week, but he needs to save up some silver. He's got a really fun account. I've been on it before, but I'm not sure exactly what he wants me focusing on. He just said he's about ready for my help again. Accessory upgrade attempts. Gosh, I need to move this so I can like sit upright, not mess up my back. Yeah, that's okay. We can work with that. Let's find something to upgrade. Oh yeah, I've been talking this whole time, man. But one of the new amenities is you can record, it records, so you can rewind and check anything you missed, and then fast forward if I get quiet for a minute, if you want. But I don't know if I said anything that important. Just glad you're here now. Don't worry about it. I had a good pun. Plarium can suck my deck. That was probably the best part. And I need to kill the Sand Devil. Actually, me and him were talking about when I do his account, he might want me doing the Sand Devil. So that might be like a whole night thing. Re-gearing Ninja and Godseeker to tune them together to climb through the stages. Six to six. Twice in a week. Yeah, that definitely gets tough. Oh, I see you sent me a picture as well. Better not be a picture of your feet again. Got that last book on Artak. Hell yeah. Were you... I can't remember. Were you on like... Did you get 20 before? Or were you on like 19 or something because of the books? I like the... If it is your first one, it's kind of awesome that you got a legendary ring for the first drop. First time. Hell yeah, dude. Good, good. Glad that we were right, and all you needed to do was book him to finalize it. Good deal. So, while I still have you here, my love, are you busy?
What's up?
You're scrolling really fast.
Yeah.
Nice, dude. That's good to hear. I was wondering, I got this screen up here. Would you want to show me where to find that stuff, some of that stuff you're working on? So, just for... Gosh, words are hard. So that if viewers ask me, I know what to tell them.
Your guess is as good as mine right now.
I have the screen here. I was saying you could look if you think you would know when you get a minute. Artax crit rate does not need to be 100%. I wouldn't stress about that until you're pushing up your Hydra damage. That's typically when you want to stress about that.
Your follow. You can't follow you.
But a fully booked, well-built Artac is... What about the dab time thing? Where does that show up?
Don't know. That's the donate thing, and I don't know where that is.
Yeah, go ahead. My screen is your screen. Just let me know if you figure it out. By all means, go ahead. Just don't get my viewer account banned.
Fair.
Because I kind of need it.
I don't. Might not be able to do that one until you get to.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, masteries are pretty big.
I think that one might be the 50.
I don't know where you go with Artax off the top of my head, so I don't know how big.
Yep.
Well, we'll just keep working on it.
Yep.
Eventually, if I help enough people, we'll get there.
Again, go team go.
Appreciate you helping me, babe. If somebody does want help or take over anything tonight, I do have a pretty easy way to spam out the points here. I'm just kind of taking my time with it, getting the chickens built up, because why not? There's nothing else running right now. You started my masteries, just haven't finished them since I didn't have enough scrolls. Fair enough. Yeah, that's how I do nowadays. That's how I do masteries on any champion. Is I read their kit and I visualize where I'm going to be using them and how I want them to work, and then I choose masteries based off of that.
On that note, I can take minutes and I'll be back.
Okay, not good bed. Not good night yet.
No, I'm gonna
Not
stay
good
on
bed.
those and take this thing off.
Hell Hades is really good for like your first couple of champions, but most of them you end up rebuilding the masteries after a while to specialize what you want them to do. But you only get one free reset on those scrolls, so I usually try to wait a good while to do it. Save it till I know how I want to set them in. I have a coffee cup. Oh, it's empty. I actually have a couple of champions on my roster whose masteries I know that I'm not happy with, but I haven't swapped them yet because I don't know exactly what I want to do. And having masteries chosen is better than having a bunch of empty slots. I think I'm gonna refill my coffee real quick. Better drink it early in the night so that I can be tapering off by the end of the night.
I feel like you didn't see properly.
Is that so, my love? Tis quite nice.
Look.
Oh, bet that does make it quite a bit more comfortable. And that is very hot.
Thanks.
You're welcome. All right. Well, I did get a shard pull list started. Just one or two names so far. Pretty sure my buddy Jake wants on the list. I'm not 100% though, but we talked about it before.
Where'd your elevator music go?
So a list of two. No, you can't have my coffee, Cat. I stopped playing the elevator music because it didn't come through the microphone very well because it was coming out of the tablet into the phone.
Oh.
I guess especially since it wasn't actually coming through my earpiece. The earpiece probably would have been better. You need fire?
Yep. That's it, Lord. Use my last bit of focus.
So what are you grinding tonight? What are your plans for the night? Vizier. Is he a dark elf? And are you asking for my opinion on the champion? Or do you already know what he's worth? Because if so, you can fill me in. Otherwise, I'm happy to look him up, tell you what I think. Vizier. He doesn't seem amazing. He doesn't seem terrible. These two abilities. I don't know, he could be quite useful in Hydra. It's hard to say without knowing somebody's roster. And I could use him to kill Amius too. He's got a lot of the Amius solutions built in. Let me pull up his multipliers real quick. He's a newbie. Okay, did he get ninja? Like how new? 6 new champions for the Halloween patch. Oh, that's from Nubs. I'll probably watch that. Nubs is really good. Pulled another Lego, but can't remember her name. Fair enough. Let me look up this guy's stats. Vizier Velis. He's got a 1.3 on his A1, which is decent. 2.7 on his A2, which is pretty good. And a 6.6 on his A3. So, that being said, I reckon he would be a pretty good Hydra damage dealer, as well as a solution to the Head of Torment, since he comes with a built-in Perfect Veil. The Perfect Veil at the start of the round would be pretty... not... I mean... it's pretty little for a legendary passive, but... the rest of his kit's pretty neat. And he should hit pretty hard. He's got a... He's got a less than 1,500 base attack, though. Pretty sure that's not good. Because here's an epic with 1663 base attack. So let's compare him to somebody like Rathalos. 15. What was Vizier? That was 1487, I think it said. Okay, so his base is about on par with Rathalos. Rathalos has a passive that makes him go stupid, though. So all in all, I think I stand by my original assessment. I think he's a pretty good damage dealer for Hydra. And he can deal with the Head of Torment without screwing himself over. He doesn't protect your team from it, though, so there's better solutions, but if he can hit decently hard, you can get him to get rid of the head quick enough. It's a half-ass solution. He's a newbie. He pulled another Lego. Can't remember the name. Oh, Mordecai. Mordecai's a beast. He's a hell of an epic. He was my solution to Spider for, like, ever. In fact, it is possible to get him to solo the Spider with a bunch of food at stage 20. I didn't do it, but it can be done. I souped up my accuracy for the Frost Spider, is why his is so high. I guess he'll work well into Nightmare Hydra. And if they put another layer to Hydra, he'll work in there too. Mordecai from the promo code, not bad. I chose, well, I didn't choose actually. When I started the game, my buddy, my close friend, told me to choose this guy. And I have no regrets. he's been a beast. But Mordecai's really good too, for sure. So you said he got Mother Cybele is the other legendary. I love you. Good night. I believe Mother Cybele was she's Sylvan. No, that's Cladnia. Cybele, is she High Elf or Sacred Order? Yeah, fair enough. I'll look around. Maybe we'll never find her. Night Revs or Undead Mother. Oh, okay. If it's between the two legendaries, tell him to build her, not him. This is the one. Especially, you said he's an early account. She's got 24% speed in all battles. God, I wish. Yeah, she's pretty strong. Kind of jealous, not gonna lie. Gotta win some camp. No, not right now. That's fine. Just gotta do 3. Definitely be the last cup of coffee. Oh, the cat wants out. Oh, I'm coming, kitty. He lied to me. He didn't want out. He just wanted me to get up, walk over there. Yeah, I mean, it depends how early he is in the game, because earlier on, you're better off just summoning your shards for the most part. For the first, month, probably. Try to get her really tanky and really fast, and if you can spare 200 to 300 accuracy on her, well, you say he's really new, really early. So, tanky and fast. Just make her tanky and fast, and when he can get, a banner on her and stuff, that'll be time to transition into getting accuracy into her. Because that AoE decrease speed is going to be huge as well. But I don't think he'll be able to gear her for that early on. You're better off just making her super tanky. And then she can carry you through stuff. Oh, excuse me. And it'd be really good to pair her with another reviver. And then you could just kind of go all out on the team for control and damage. Not really worry about them as much, because a reviver in her would be pretty good at keeping people going. Excuse me. Now the cat's scratching at the door. He's going out this time. I do have a removal item that's going to expire like tonight or tomorrow. Heck yeah. Be happy to help him out when he's ready too. Hey, welcome to the show, Inferno. Thanks for popping in, man. We do have some new features to go with that. You get to hear new follow noise and stuff, and there should be an animation that pops up with it, hopefully. Yeah, same. I started putting Newt on my team though, because it makes it a hell of a lot faster. You see, it's a minute. It's not always a minute. Sometimes he dies pretty quick, but getting that one big smack in really saves a lot of time. And then I can still run food. Otherwise, if I get pressed for time, I can go down to stage 4 or whatever and do like Thor and Newt. One of the upcoming takeovers I'm going to be doing is taking somebody further in the Sand Devil than my account is. So that'll be a little weird. He's got Godseeker and Ninja, so should be pretty easy to push through. Yeah, I didn't really calc it out or anything. Did a good bit of it off of the free energy, you know, the dailies and then the natural stamina and whatnot. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. Welcome to the show. Let me know if you ever want help with your account. That's what we do here. Fair enough, man. Yeah, I'll make sure to include it in my title or whatever, so you'll know to pop in and help me out. I did work with another buddy while he was doing his. Dab for a follow? Alright, let's do it. I'll dab for a follow. My wife was saying I should do a dab every time I get a follow too. And actually, I think this might be the last dab of this jar. Holy mo, okay. No, that's like 2 dabs, at least. Yeah, it's a good game. It's a good strategy and champion collector game. Just be careful you don't give Plarium all your money. They're like a drug dealer with a degree in psychology sometimes. I heard you had some pretty good luck on your early shards already. They do have some decent deals, but buying shards can be a real rabbit hole for a lot of people. I mean, it could be a lot of fun too, but I'm gonna have to spend some gems. Not gonna overthink it right now. I'll go do the rest of my dailies in a little bit. Their daily gem pack is a decent deal. It gives you a lot of extra playtime. Oh, you need a charger? You can probably take the one that my tablet's on.
You sure?
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure, but if it dies or gets close, I'll just take it back.
As long as you plug it in before you go to bed.
I couldn't hear you over the torch.
As long as you plug it in before you go to bed.
Okay, yeah.
Alright, love you.
Love you. I'll tuck your charger back there with the device as well.
Thank you.
Fair enough. Well, I'm happy to answer any questions you got. Hey, Bram, welcome to the show. Thanks for popping in. We got a couple new follows already today. That's pretty cool. So one big early thing, I know you got a couple legendaries already, but you can't build them all. Because if you can't book them, so a fully booked epic is more powerful than an unbooked legendary in most cases. Yeah, I can throw up a Discord link too. And I am working on a server so that we can congregate as well. That'll be a couple days out. Tomorrow I'm focusing on trying to finalize the Odachi thing. I got it all together. Hell Hades is a good place to go for basic masteries, yeah. It's good to learn, by the time you got like 20 or 30 6-star champions, it's preferable that you know what you want from a champion, and then you can kind of specialize the mastery for that, and Hell Hades doesn't account for that. And most of the other content creators will tell you the same thing. That Hell Hades is great early on, but eventually you want to start learning what you want and reading all the masteries so that you can specialize them. You'll get more out of them that way. But yeah, Hell Hades is the go-to if you're just trying to look up and do a copy and paste. Let's get that Discord thing going. And if you want to split the difference between like reading all that and specializing your own builds, there is another site that'll sometimes or oftentimes have different masteries. Ayumi Love, it's called. And if you look at the two different sites, then you'll have a little bit more to pick from, and then you don't have to actually like pick and choose every mastery like I do. If that helps. I know not everybody wants to spend an hour in a manic state staring at a champion and figuring out exactly what they want to do about it. Gets a little bit fast. I mean, every one you do, it gets a little bit faster, you know. Start to kind of pick up like patterns. Like, you know, you'll know for like somebody who's debuffing, you'll want that little squiggly on the right side with the pinpoint down to the little lightning bolt and whatnot. And they're probably going to be going down to Master Hexer as well if they're a debuffer. There'd be like little designs or symbols or whatever drawn in the masteries that go with certain champion types. All right. She's a dark elf, right? %, chance, decrease turn meter. 100% decrease speed, ally protect. Attacks all enemies. Provoke for 1 turn, 3 turn cooldown. Shield on this champion equal to their max HP. And she's defensive based. I think I might go with this, except for I'd pick up pinpoint. If you use 100 void shards, most people who have her say that they would gladly trade her for 100 void shards. So I'm not recommending anybody go for her. She does hit really hard. With the right comps, you can make her one-shot a lot of stuff, or a good handful of stuff at least. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate it. Did you get a screenshot or whatever? Might just take Eagle Eye. I'd be hesitant to pick up anything that might... Yeah, I'd probably go Eagle Eye. Free up 50 more accuracy. Oh, am I on the wrong champ? Was I looking at the wrong champion? Physics. You can go and get War Master on her too, which I'm sure is what Hell Hades says. But everybody who builds her complains that they can't keep her alive. So I think that mastery setup would solve their complaint about it. Sure, she'd lose War Master, but that just frees up your team to build more damage in elsewhere. Yeah, for some champions, I think that's worth it. A lot of them you want to get that extra damage on from War Master, but I think with her I'd be going with something like this, but I'd be using pinpoint. Pinpoint is the one to the. It's this first one here instead of the extra HP. It's the extra 10 accuracy. But if you don't have your Great Hall accuracy things finished up, that 10 accuracy is really helpful. Dragon and Ice Golem hard, huh? Well, I can show you mine. I could look at your account sometime too. What was my time? So this is a 2-minute team. Um, Literally every champion here was free at some point, so I don't know how long you've been playing the game, but Adeline is a big part of this team, honestly. Yeah, I do takeovers. I can do 1 or 2 a night, but at this point, yeah, I can usually do 1 or 2 a night. Depends how how deep of a dive it is, you know. No Thor. Fair enough. Let's see. Well, I know I had this beat before I had Thor. I think I had Dragon done before Newt as well. And I think it was something like that. It might have been something like that. No, I had Doom Priest on the team. I know I had Doom Priest. So it was before I had Mithrala too. I think it was something like this, but it was a really slow team. Yeah, shoot, did I share my... That's my Discord, if you want to just send screenshots. Otherwise, I do takeovers as well. Clan Boss team. It worked for 1 run, did 34 million damage, tried it again 5 times, and it's not working with my stun target. Oh, I did. Well, there it is again. Yeah, I can do that. I got plenty of time. I was told I'm supposed to be doing dabs every time I get follows, though, and I think I got like 2 and didn't do any dabs, so I'm gonna do 1. Yeah, I can definitely do a takeover if you want to send me your deets, and probably 1 specific job. Yeah, she's still up here for a couple of days. And she's cool. I really like her animation, and you can see through her chest, which is pretty cool. She's one of the coolest looking champions they've made, I think. But I think it's more of like a Halloween kind of thing, kind of bait. And even the ones here, like, they're not super good. I may as well kill this thing one more time. Yeah, absolutely. Anybody on your clan boss team though should probably be going down to War Master. Just a heads up. Like just referring back to what I was saying about the support, picking the green and the blue on some champions. If they're for something like Demon Lord, you really need War Master happening every time that you can. Yeah, I'd go with Pinpoint on her. Basically, like anybody who needs accuracy and you're going in that tree, you're pretty much going to be picking up Pinpoint. The only reason I didn't do it on Snick Track is because I already had so much accuracy and I knew I didn't need any more. Like I was overshot already before I did his masteries. So I was like, well, he's HP based. I'll give him a little more HP. Why not? Yeah, exactly that. Pinpoint's almost always the better choice. It was just a weird example with my Snick Track because he already had plenty. And I did his build before I did his masteries, which isn't always the case. Do we have deets? We got deets. That got kind of slow and buggy lately, but Mangada, are you done with whatever you were doing? Am I good to log into your account? Suppose I should have asked that before I brought up the transition, but here we are. All right, coffee's gone. Okay, heck yeah. Switch into water, otherwise I'll end up all jittery. Oh, Christ. Okay, I think I figured it out. God damn. All right, we did it. No. I will be getting a PC very soon. But I'm on a phone and a tablet. Some Silent Hill vibes. I missed that. I don't know where the Silent Hill vibes were. Alright. What exactly was our mission here? Was it Clan Boss? Or was it Dragon? Okay, the dungeons, gotcha. Oh, Little Miss Annie was the Silent Hill vibes. Yeah, like those creepy things that it'd only move when you like shined a light on them or something. Yeah, she'd be cool to get from Lucky Shard. You know, I wouldn't be sad if I pulled her necessarily, but I don't think going for her is a great option. So your Ice Golem Hard is right here. This guy. He's your solution. You could use her to blow through. If you want to get it really fast, you could use her and him. And he's in a shield set. Okay, so you're already doing something like that, or working towards something like that. So you can use them to nuke through the waves. And then if you build him tanky enough, probably get him into regen. I don't know what kind of regen you have. We got 1400. 650 are 6-star pieces. All right. Well, you got some decent boots. You could do boots, helmet, weapon, shield. Maybe. Okay, might just need more regen gear for that. Regardless, though, he's going to be your solution for the Ice Golem. So I don't know what your booking order or priority is right now. Well, not her, but I'm guessing these guys are all booked. Looks like you've got all of your legendaries booked. Oh, except for the ones that you're starting to work on now. So, let's get into it. How far have we made it? Poisons don't work anymore once you get into hard. Just a heads up. Six Lego books. I think he needs like 10, so you're almost there. The takeover tonight is hard dungeons. Oh, that's what that team was? I got you. That's right, she wasn't max level yet. Actually, where was she? You got an Ugo. Since you can't build Artak to finish the boss himself once he gets there, Ugo can be his best friend. Where is Artak? Was he not 6-starred? Or am I just blind? Oh, he's right there. Yeah, I'm blind. The dude with the horns. That is very non-specific when we're looking at a roster like this, man. This guy. It's probably this guy, Prince Kaimar. He's got an AoE sleep, which is pretty tough in the arena. And he resets the cooldowns of all ally skills. Blah. That words up mix my sometimes. Oh, you say you got 25 books or so. Well, yeah, I'd say Artak should definitely be next. 100%. And if you can't get this to work, by the way, you can swap out Kaimar and Seer. It'll be a slower team, but you can absolutely get this working. And we've got quite a bit of wiggle room here. But if we want to ensure I mean, that'll actually be pretty annoying, her bringing back everybody. I don't know if that's what we want. Also, I don't know if you have enough buffs to make Seer wipe the waves. So we should probably look at that if we're trying to do that. Seer and lead for the res. Make the Artak build easier. 40 res. If you need an activator for Seer, I think I'd probably run that. Yeah, Archmage has got triple on one ability. Let's look at Grand Oak. I've never built one of him yet. Yeah. Got 25 speed in dungeons too. But he doesn't have the buffs. So if we're trying to activate Seer, Archmage would be a lot better. So you'd want Kymar going first. Oh yeah, this is this is your team. Nice. Oh yeah, his by the time he gets to hard 10, his team power is going to be more like 3 or 350 or something. Not all these champions are built up, but yeah, I think this is probably a pretty solid team for it. So you'd want Kymar going, well, Kymar or Artak going first. But as far as the other four, you'd want Kymar going first, and then on the first round he would just use his A1, and then Archmage would go and buff, and then Seer would go and wipe the wave. And then on the second round, Kymar would use his reset. Archmage would use his buff again. Seer would wipe the wave. Then you'd get into the Ice Golem, and it'd be basically an Artak and Ugo's hands from there. Well, after I get on your account a couple more times, Bram, you absolutely will. You have a really strong roster. And if you've been going through your gear and rolling and cleansing, you will get up to this team power in very short order. Did you get a screenshot of this? There's no room for me to save teams for you, unless you want me to delete something. Or I could just build people now if you want. If you want, I can delete one of these things and start building people and try to make it work tonight and see where we end up. I didn't look too deep at your gear, but it was like, I think a third of it was 6-star gear. Okay, you got the screenshot. Yeah, and that should be a pretty quick team too. Okay, so you got rid of most of the 5-star blue stuff. I mean, if you knew all these pieces were decent pieces, I would say sell all your 5-star stuff. If you knew these were all good. Because 600 something, with all the champions you've already got geared, you wouldn't need 5-star gear anymore. Well, maybe keep the legendary ones and then go through them piece by piece and keep the ones that have really good rolls. Not that you asked for that opinion, but next we want to talk about the dragon. And the dragon we went somewhere on. Who the hell are you? Oh, that's Sepulcher. Right. And then, she decreases the cooldown. What are you running at? That's not gonna take you to 10, but it's not a bad build. What are you looking like? He looks a little bit better. A little bit slow for going all the way to 10, but I don't know where you are on glyphs and stuff. You might be able to pump some more out there. Then you'll be getting one champ with 200k. I think my highest is like 130 or something, personally. Mythical would change that because they get the benefit of both forms on their power rating. Sorry, can you go to Spider 20 and do a quick run? I think I messed up my team. Is this the team? Or Spider Main? Spider Main has a 5-star. 2 5-star champions. Most of these don't have names. That's tough. The one with Septimus in it. This is your spider team. Okay. No, I don't want him. I just want to look at him. Yep, that's why he's there. That's why he's only a 5-star. And you must not have needed the banner for accuracy. 220 speed. Oh, what's going on? I'm sorry, I got an upset kid. I'll be back in just a few minutes, guys. My apologies. Let's go inside, kid. What's going on? Talk to me. That was exciting. She would prefer to talk to the wife about it. She is the eldest daughter, so I wasn't going to push that, you know? You know how it is? Okay, so we're running this team to see if it is not right, right? So what's she do? There's no AI set. Am I to assume she sleeps the spiders to buy you one more turn? She's at 100 speed. She might just. She's a food champion, isn't she? Okay. Yeah, everything's okay. My wife handled it already and is sitting out here. So, must not have been too bad.
She had a dream that she was hanging out with her friend that passed away last year.
Oh. Well, it's not messed up. Looks like it's working just fine. Good night again. Love you.
Good night. Love you.
Fair enough. Don't mind checking it quick while I'm here. Alrighty. I don't know if I hate her, but I don't think she should be your leader. Another neat thing about climbing through these, if you don't have like a answer to it, like you have Artak for Ice Golem, so like if you don't have Stultus, then you might have to change your teams a couple of times as you're climbing through this. Fair enough. Okay, so let's see who we have, just in case. Not you. You'll make it take forever. Bet Duodin with Doom Priest could do enough to cleanse you out all the way. Halfway through the Sand Devil? Nice. Yeah, I'm guessing you're doing the nuke in the stage 25. Need to let the cat in. Oh, we got an Elva. I like Elva lead. I don't even think we need Doom Priest at that rate then. All she was missing was the helm. Around 3-minute runs, so it does take a while. I gotcha. Yeah, it's not bad though. I need to figure out 25 so I can start getting the dust. I'm definitely at that point where I want the dust and the higher level oils. And I don't really care so much about running food while I'm doing it, so. Time to give up on yield strategy. Where are we? I think I want to dab. Definitely want to dab now. It's dab time. Apparently the dab time thing won't work until I'm affiliated. But tonight's getting us closer. While I'm doing this, I would much rather be looking at a screen like this. Oh my god. Hey, you got UDK in here too. You don't have one already built, do you? He's a shoo-in for sure. I know he looks like a meme, but he is a freaking monster. And there's so many different things you can do with him. Currently, mine solos the Ice Golem 20 and Dragon 20. But I'm soon going to switch him into a PvP build. Uko's another really good one. The sausage. This is the sausage, right? Yep. Emic Trunkheart. I didn't see him. Nope, that's Ruark. Was he down here? It's Ruel. Emic. There he is. But they clipped his wings. My boy. What have they done to you? Yeah, he's got UDK too. That's it, I'm opening them all. What, your shards? Rip. There's not ×2 or anything going on right now. Got Mithrala here too. Is she booked yet? Nice, okay. Oh, she's 6-starred as well. Okay, Emic is the last 6-star there. I actually want to see, is she built? Let's take a look-see. Yeah, that's with a bunch of 12s still. What's your Hydra team look like? That's the next thing I want to look at. Definitely got the champs for Nightmare. Got Pod Drag. No, you got a decent bit of gear. And, I mean, I got most of my gear from stage 20, realistically. I just sell like 99% of it as it comes in. roll the stuff that has promise and end up selling like 90% of the stuff you roll or something, but stage 20 is where I do all the tournaments and everything, so I haven't really done that many of the hard dungeons to farm them other than for those missions when they popped up. No, we're theory crafting the teams for Ice Golem Hard 10 and Dragon Hard 10. The Ice Golem was really easy because he's got Artak and Seer and Kymar. Yeah, that was not too difficult. Are you running Brutal then, I imagine? Your champs are probably geared well enough for Brutal. It seems like you have the gearing concept down pretty well. Ninja 145. She's 3. Isn't she... He's not built. Better not forget about my dad. How about Deacon? Where's Deacon at? Okay. So, who else? You? What are you at? Holy shit. That might be the fastest allure I've ever seen. Yeah, once you push to 25, you unlock hard mode, and the mechanics of the dungeons change a little bit. And there's 10 stages beyond there. Oh, we're not doing this one. Doing these ones. So for Ice Golem, I guess I don't really want to like pan through all that. Ice Golem, the big thing is that you can't put poison on him anymore, and you actually can't HP burn him either, but you can burn his minions. Yeah, well, 20 is the place to farm, even when you unlock hard. If you can't do hard 10, it's not worth farming. And even when you can, like I can do hard 10s, but I don't do them most of the time because it's a lot faster and more energy efficient to do the tournaments on stage 20. I don't know if we came up with any solutions while I was just gawking at his champions. Ooh, pretty. I would try to use the same Seer strategy. Okay. Just double checking. Yeah, I don't know that you have anybody who can finish the boss off once you get there. Who was it? My high ass can't remember. It was Elva. Yeah, Phantom Touch for Kale. Yeah, I had similar feelings with mine. I still use him in the Faction Wars and the Cursed City. He'll still have a place. Just less useful. I mean, with your roster, you could probably move on from Kale and not really look back. Oh. Well, you should get a better one. It takes like 30 seconds, doesn't it? Yeah, Trunda can do it. She got 2 AoEs. Artak can do it. Fellhound can do Brutal in like 7 seconds. I think it'd be relatively fast and consistent. Do we need Duchess? Or is that overkill? I guess it depends on gear, right? What kind of gear you have along the way. But we could go with Grand Oak. Yeah, Fellhound's a really good campaign farmer. Probably the best one, because then you don't have to lock anybody else into that, any kind of specific gear or whatever. Just put Fellhound on it, and he can stay like that forever. I actually used Fellhound in my first Fire Knight 20 team as well, because he's got the AoE Reflect. Helps take down the shield. Are all of you built? Because if you're all built decent, I think I kind of just want to try this. I think you were just using him. He's kind of slow, but I think he's got what he needs. I know Kymar was good. I think Kymar was good. I actually don't remember anymore. Ninja was quite fast. Same 300 accuracy. Damage is pretty high. Kymar, because I wasn't sure. Oh yeah. Yeah, I feel like this might do it. Creature is scratching at the door again. Oh, Elva's missing gear? I just looked at her speed and assumed she was fully geared. Well, I'll take a look after this, but I don't want to cancel it and waste energy if they're going to make it. That is a lot of poison. Now they just need to get a turn. You people are so fast. Might actually speed up as you go to higher stages because they'll get their turns and take the poison damage. See, as long as they're tanky enough to survive some smacks from the dragon. Yeah, Theodore's a beast. He's one of the best legendaries. What I've seen him do for accounts. Okay, as long as you don't lick my hands. If you start licking my hands, you're going back on the floor. I can't do that. I'm not going to pet you right now because I don't want hair all over my hands. Yeah, I know. It's kind of how I saw this going. Yeah, you're going to lick my hands because you want me to pet you, but I don't want hair all over my hands because I got to touch several screens. Just sit. Just chill. I'll pet you with my wrist. Oh, you can't even see the cat on my lap. This is Magistrate. He doesn't talk. Don't expect him to say anything. They won't take turns because of Tomb Lord. See, reset their turn meter. We can look at that and maybe solve that with AI if we can look at some of the teams that you know that you don't need. Plus then we could go back and save the Ice Golem team. Cat, you're ridiculous. No. Oh, my phone's almost dead too. Alright, Cat, you gotta go. Yeah, I know. That's not the right one. Gosh darn it. Oh, is Patrick 25? That's an easy solve with the AI. Any of the first four that you don't like? Or that you don't need? Oh, sheesh. We did it. Power supply. Third team. It's gone. How about any of the second group of four? So many pockets, I keep losing my lighter. Probably need to find some food at some point. Yeah, if you need to keep all these, it's fine. Just say no and I'll move on to the next set. But if we can find like 2 or 3 to get rid of. It would be good. Okay. Blue potion team? I mean, that's 2. That's enough for the 2 teams that we were looking at. So if you don't need me to get rid of any of these. Yeah, potion 1, okay. I reckon on your account you could probably solo champ that thing. I think you'll need more than 300 accuracy by the time you get to stage 10 as well. I don't remember for sure, but I think it's like 350. I don't mind people fact checking me. I'm sure he would appreciate it. Who are the others? We had Elva. She wasn't max level. Tomb Lord, derp. I knew that. I was testing you guys, and none of you passed. Alright, Tomb Lord, you are not allowed to use this twice. There. That solves that. There you go. Named your team for you. We probably just let them do whatever the hell they want, right? I mean, find out in a second. Run it and see what happens on the next stage. This is the next stage, right? Stage 10, 6, dirt. Yeah, we were on 5 before. Yes, kitty. Hopefully he finds something to do and stays out there for a little bit longer this time. I didn't have to rebuild anybody. It's the easiest takeover I've done in a long time, man. Thanks for making this easy for me. I got you, yeah. I'll reset. I'll make him not start with the reset. That is pretty not optimal. I think he's got 2 Rotos, man. Pretty sure I saw 2 of them, didn't I? Yeah, Rotos is pretty cool. Especially if you got Merciless. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, that's pretty sweet, dude. Just need a Siffy. I don't think I saw a Siffy. Could be wrong, though. Your roster was pretty extensive. Well, it ain't necessarily a speed team. I guess I shouldn't say anything yet. They just got to the dragon. I'm gonna jinx it. We don't have anybody to take his decrease attack, do we? I actually love Adeline for this. Because she places the decrease attack, and she steals his away. So she's on my hard 10 team, and it's a 2-minute team. People talk a lot of smack about Adeline, but she's the only reason I killed, or, I couldn't have killed Amius the first time without her. And she's still on my hard 10 team. It's down to 2 minutes, so I think she's pretty darn good for a free champion that they gave everybody. Alright, we are going to the next one. Oh, well, it's a speed boot. Yeah, I'll let you make that call. I don't think I would keep speed boots without speed, but as soon as the banners go away, they should just put them up a little bit higher or something. Prince Kaimar, I want you to start here. Stage 7. What weaknesses do we have? Podrick and Tomb Lord. Should be alright. We might have come up with the one team that fits all. Oh shit! I just realized that my screen is in the way again because we moved stuff around. That is too far in the way, isn't it? It'll be covering up stats when I'm doing stuff. I don't know why I have the words down there. Well, I guess it's pretty nice for the replay. I could get rid of the follow goal. Or maybe I could shrink the follow goal and put it up top. Either way, I need to add this to my notes. Yeah, it's because I've been changing a bunch of stuff. Some of it you won't see until I get the desktop. But, you know, it's budgeted, but it's a couple months out, 2, 3, something like that. And it'll get sped up if people pay me to cleanse their accounts, you know. Everything that I've gotten so far is going on that Cash App card, and that'll just help get me the desktop a little bit sooner. But yeah, I need to add that so I don't forget. Picture is covering up screen. Face video. Right, yeah, if it's a couple months out, I'm not actually picking one now. I've done a little bit of research, and so I know around about how much money I need to budget for, and me and my wife have talked about it quite a bit. You know, it's a group decision. We got kids and stuff. But we know about how much, and then if I accumulate anything extra, then we can offset that timer. What else do I want to add on here? Move goal. Move plus shrink. But if I don't write these things down, then comes the time where I got a little bit of window and I'm like, all right, it's time to fix up stuff for the stream, and then I don't know what to do, you know? I just forget it. I believe so. We haven't had any problems. I modified the stuff on it quite a bit. Yeah. Or my wife did, honestly. I gotta give her credit where it's due. My wife was handling the bot. But so far I haven't seen it yelling at anybody. Either that or you just haven't gotten out of line yet. Should rename the bot Dad. It's always telling you what to do. He is smacking. But we are getting there. But is he gonna wipe you out? Come another stage or two. And there's really only one way to find out. But before we send the next one, I do want to take a quick gander. He should be fine. A little bit low. They're within range that it might work. Did I realize that Madame Siré, Madame Siré and Katoon had no masteries. I've been farming them all day with Taragi and Vizix. Nice. Nope. No, I didn't realize that. When I was on your account last, I was doing Classic Arena, and I don't typically look at masteries for that. Actually, typically I forget about masteries on almost everybody's account, and I just, you know, heck yeah, dude. A good way to do masteries is as soon as you 6-star somebody, start running them in the Minotaur. Then they'll have almost all of them by the time they're max level. Yeah, that's what I was worried about here. Alright, so this one's an affinity issue because Ninja, Kaimar are both weak hitting, and so we might have to do a team that is slower just for this one. How about you? How do you look? I don't think he'll get any stuns off, which is a big part of what I wanted. He's got pretty high defense, so I don't think he'd get one shot. But I don't know if his damage is enough to justify. Let's take a look around, see what we can find. Yeah, Minotaur does suck up a lot of energy for sure. Duchess doesn't actually cleanse, does she? Nope. Could try Doom Priest. We might be better off just throwing in Helicath, though. Say screw the cleanse. Because I think Helicath was built better than Doom Priest was. 5,000 defense, 45 HP, 266 speed. Yeah. So let's try that. That might get through. You definitely want to try to push to 10 before you finalize a bunch of people's builds for hard mode, because you don't want to farm any of the other stages, you know? But you got a big roster to work with, so. And most of them are geared pretty darn well. Yeah, I figured Kymar would be getting killed, but as long as he's not getting one shot, he can show up and do his thing a little bit here and there. I think it might still be worth it. Oh yeah, they got no AI. Well, that's fine. I didn't want to set an AI when this is probably just the one and done team, you know? It's kind of nice though. I was thinking, you know, hard 10's usually not something I'm gonna hop on and knock out that night, because usually it involves a bunch of regearing, and then you hit the affinity block and you need a couple new champions. But you made this pretty darn easy for me, sir. I'd say just finish up Artak and then push the Ice Golem, because he's going to make all of them easy except for where he has the affinity issue. And he's so good you might still want him on those teams anyways. Just have somebody to revive him. We shall see when we get there. Or you'll see, I guess. But let me know. Or wait, you said you had a whole bunch of books, but there isn't any events for it. So yeah, it's your call. If you want me to book him and try to push Ice Golem, I can, but that's like, what, 2,000 points or something for 10 books on Artak? I have screenshots of a couple of things, and I am not super tech savvy. So I'm not going to make myself sound like an idiot and try to tell you that. I am going to screenshot what you said, though, as a reference, because I highly value my viewers' input, because they are real people using the equipment themselves, not a bunch of crap online. You know, it's hard to say with like posts and whatnot. Okay. Um, another night for sure. But if I start going through trying to look for all the screenshots which were taken on different days, it's not going to be a good show. But I should add that to my list. I can assemble a list and be a little bit more prepared to have that conversation with you. I'm gonna be looking to get an entire new system. And if you you have my Discord, so if you want to send me information, I spend a lot of time reading and stuff during the day, so yeah, I can read through if you got links and whatnot. As far as how much I'm willing to spend, I think our budget is set at like $3,000, which will have us picking it up in like February, depending on if I can offset it by offering services online. However, my services in this gaming community is not as high demand as they were in RuneScape. RuneScape was a lot more profitable, but wasn't having as much fun over there. And also it kind of messed up my hands because I was playing on a phone. $3K for the tower. Yeah, for the actual computer part. Because I want to get that running as soon as possible, and I have monitors that I could plug in that aren't great, but I could get a monitor or two running, immediately. And then just start budgeting upgrades. Because I'd like to have 3 monitors, one for like viewer chat and whatnot and all that, and then one for the game and another screen for information. Probably split the viewer chat 1 in half for more information. Might split the game 1 in half too. Put a few systems together and send them in a DM. Hell yeah, dude. I appreciate that. Yeah, that'll help immensely. Because, like I said, I'm not super tech savvy. I'm starting to get into it, and I learn things pretty quick, I like to think, but... And Discord. With no context, I have no idea what you mean, Bobby. I live in the northern United States, where the air hurts your face like 9 months out of the year. The land of the frost giants. Yeah, I thought 3K was a pretty good amount. Just based off of what I was looking around at, it looked like if I was going to drop down to 2K, then I wasn't going to get something that would... I mean, it would work, but it wouldn't be what I wanted for the long run. And if I'm going to invest that much, I'd rather just wait a little bit longer, save up a little bit more, and get something that I really want, I can check that. Hey, you got a shard there. Let's look at that time. I think it was, really slow. So, I'm gonna try to remember this in case we need it. And we're gonna go back to, what was it? Oh, right, hard D, yeah. And, excuse me, we have AI set here. So this should work, I would imagine. Open that shard. I will as soon as this ends. While this is running, I want to look up the micro center thing that you were asking about. I've never heard of it, but with 5 kids, I haven't been getting out of the house a whole lot. It would be a drive. But the drive is along a route where my dad lives down there. So it is a 2 hour drive, but since I'm already planning ahead and budgeting, I could make a plan to visit my dad, you know? If that's the place to go. I don't know, are they the best? Is Best Buy not the best anymore? Might have just dated myself there, but everybody loved Best Buy when I was growing up. Okay, I got you. So you say builds, does that mean that I would have to assemble this device myself? Because I'm pretty good with Legos. I built a lot of Lego stuff. Um, and I'm a carpenter too, so I built houses and roofs and whatnot. But I've never built a computer. I built a couple little robots before. In store only, no delivery. You say sadly, so you must be able to build it yourself, which is pretty darn cool. Holy moly. That hurt. You might need to pump up your stats a little bit. We'll see. I don't know. They're fast as fuck. They get it back around. Looks like they're getting all their heals. Oof. I mean, they killed it. Well, that was 9. We're almost there. We got a shard to pull, though. Or we thought we did. Cool with me upgrading a chicken? Oh, no. What about a vault? We got a vault. We have a vault. Where this guy will go. We got the Diabolist. That's a rip. The hardest thing while building a PC is connecting small connectors, like for buttons and etc. You live outside the US, but you're in Georgia, the country, not the state. Okay. I am an uncultured swine, and I actually don't know where that is. Let's take a quick look-see. These champions. Elva's not max level. She's got a 5-star chest plate and gloves. Shit, these gloves don't even have speed. And you got her going that quick. No ascensions either. on anything. Okay. Welcome back, sir. Just taking a look around at the champions before we try the last stage. I think if this fails, I think I know how you can solve it pretty easily, though. You don't have any ascensions on anything. Not gonna do them all, but I would start with your boots on the champions that you're using the most. And then like gloves and chest plate too. That's pretty nice. Might swap those two. What did you get for a pinpoint? Oh, sad face. So we're just going to try it without spending anything. Because they might do it. I'm thinking though that the dragon might blast him. Because he was pretty darn close last time. But if that's the case, I think we can solve that. Oh, what time are we at? 12:30. Alright, we finally cleaned out this jar. I thought it was going to end like 2 days ago. But it's a clear jar and it's got like a lip on it on the inside. Well, it looks like they're doing okay. I guess it's the dragon that we're worried about, right? We knew they'd do okay here. You got a lot of control on this team. I should add looking up where Georgia is located to my list. So I could become a little bit less uncultured. Is it by Switzerland? I feel like the name fits. Is it in that area? defeated. Well, well, well. Clearly, I'm disappointed in you all. Now, what are we gonna do about it? Geomancer? Oh, that is a spicy area to be located in, sir. Hope you're all doing well over there. I mean, as far as our media tells us, but trying to find something that is equally as likely to help you win, but also isn't going to make it take forever. So Geomancer can save you a little bit of damage with his passive, and pretty sure he has a decrease attack as well. Or, no, it's just weaken and burn, isn't it? He can steal the thing off of the dragon too. I think that kind of cements it. That might be what we need here. We just need something to save us a little bit more damage, right? 2 more can kill the boss with the poisons. It'll be a little bit slower without ninja, but first thing you want to get is consistent, and then speed it up, in my opinion at least. Elva's the weakest person. I wish I was watching the first time. That actually... Well, didn't she survive to the dragon, though? For a second I was thinking she might have got taken out before the dragon, but no, I'm pretty sure she was there still. So that's not it. We just need to mitigate a little bit of the dragon's damage. Hopefully without adding 5 minutes to the run. So after we get done with this dragon, do you want me to look back at Ice Golem? Or do you want me to look at something else? Or do you want me to hop off your account because you still need to work on our attack? Just let me know what your preference is. I think you need to get in Sand Devil though as one of your next things to push your entire account up. Because you got a lot of really good gear. A lot of your champions are built really well. Some of that oil will get them just that little bit that you need to go a little bit further. A lot of their builds look like it'd be hard to tweak too. Like they're going really fast. They're really well built. You just need like a little bit more HP on some of them, or a little bit more crit damage on some of your damage dealers, whatnot. And that's where oils come in. Sand Devil is way more priority than Shogun because you got 6 pieces of artifacts and only 3 accessories. And they also do tournaments for it. Extra incentive. Looks like Geo might have been the solution. They didn't get one shot. Well, there you go. You went from, was it like 5 to 10 overnight? Not bad progress. Let's see, what were we looking like for here? We had Seer, Ugo, and we had Kymar. And then it was Helmet, right? I think. think she can probably do it both times too. I guess Ugo could have helped deal with that dragon thing too with the block debuffs. Is there a faster comp than Elva Artak? Are you talking about for the dragon that we were just doing? I can definitely look back and see if we can get a faster one. Saying use Elva instead of Archmage? Or what? Let's name that before we wander away, though. What does she all have? I thought hers was 2, but I could absolutely be wrong. Yeah, he's got Elva. It's one less buff. I mean, it's worth trying, but... How would that be faster? Though, because Elva doesn't do damage. With this team... And I mean that as an honest question. I want to learn if it is the case, but I was imagining with this team, Seer will blow up the first 2 waves instantly with Karma Burn in the reset. Well, we're trying to get him to 10, just like we did with the dragon. He wasn't at 10. We just did that. He never got back to me on what we want to do about this, though. I can't actually commit to doing this tonight if I can't invest in Artak. And saving legendary books for events is definitely a good play, so I'm not going to judge him for that. But I need feedback before I go all into that. I don't want to be blowing his Lego books if he wants to chill out and wait until there's a champion training. But if you have a reason why you think the Elva strategy would be faster, I just think if you can get this working, everybody except for Ugo and Artak dies, right? And then maybe even Kymar survives. I don't know. But then Artak, there's less turns to be had, and Artak just burns and activates to speed it up. I got you. I gotta let this cat in again. Kind of want to try even without books, but I know it won't go to 10 like this. But I think they're all relatively in tune, right? She's 200, so we want these 3 all going faster. 226, way faster. Okay. Leading with that, leading with that. You're going to be doing that, and leading with that. Looks good. Right, exactly. Yeah, but I'm not going to book him out if he doesn't get back to me. I'm not sure what's going on. He might have fallen asleep at his computer for all I know. But he can always watch it back, you know. But I do think I want to try this and see where it goes. I mean, I'm here anyways, right? Wait, what just happened there? Were the buffs not up when she did it? I might have made a mistake with the AI. Who the hell is that? I don't actually think I set any AI for the boss, so. And I didn't build Artak at all. So I don't know. He's not in regen, that's why Ugo has to survive. Because Ugo's got to keep him alive on this. Nope. I honestly have no idea how his Ugo is built. I haven't rebuilt anybody. Doesn't look like she's in regen. So far, I've just done the team setups. Most of his people are built pretty well. Enough so that I didn't want to start off by messing with people if I could just arrange teams to get through, and it worked for the dragon. But I think Artak's going to need some work. What's Ugo look like? She's okay. That's without a blessing, too. So that would definitely help. She's also without a blessing. A little bit of Crushing Rend would help the clear there. Yeah, it's not bad. Artak's not looking so hot, but as you can see, this is one of his new 6-star champions. He's not booked yet. More crit damage. Who? Unsere? I mean, you're never wrong when you're saying more crit damage on the damage dealer would be a good idea. But actually, I think feel free to plug it into the thing on Hell Hades has a thing now where you can check the ideal ratio between attack and crit damage, but I think you would actually want more attack, which I believe this chestplate is probably attack. Oh, it's res. Just to get the merciless. Show me equipped. Excuse me. Wow, okay. I guess a necklace would, or accessory would change that too, because then he could change the chest plate to whatever he wanted. Excuse me. Seer's in a 25 team, so you can't change her gear. Don't run 25, run 20. In my opinion. I mean, do whatever makes you happy. But I would suggest you get a really fast 20 team. You get more for your energy, especially for the tournament points. Not the speed. Yeah, I just want her chest plate changed. But you don't have a merciless accessory, so I wouldn't be able to keep that. You could try rerolling that. We could throw this on here, try and get attack percent. You got a lot in the way of glyphs you can do as well. Well, a little bit. There's some attack there. Attack here. Could swap the ring out. We don't even have attack percent on it. I'm guessing it's just for the blood shield is what you were thinking, but she has to hit somebody to do that, and the idea with her is she's just going to blast everybody to death right away. So let's try and get a attack ring. I mean, that's not the problem with the team, though. You need to build Artak, because they got there. Obviously, Seer doing some more damage would help, because she didn't one-shot the second wave. Oh, no worries, man. Yeah, I actually thought that might be the case because I was asking about Artak and whatnot. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate the follow. That helps out a lot. But yeah, I thought you might have passed out, so I was asking if you wanted me to go all in and build and book Artak to try to do the Ice Golem. I guess I should show you, then you'll probably be happy to see that you did beat stage 10. Wasn't super fast, but it did do it, and it looked like it would be consistent. I ended up having to pull out Geomancer, because otherwise your team was getting one shot. You could probably do it with somebody else who has supportive buffs, but Geomancer also adds some damage. Okay, passed out after that. Yeah, I assume you probably want to wait to book up Artak and whatnot until there's an event, because that's a lot of points for champion training. But I do think we got a team set for you for the Ice Golem. If you can get him built, damn banners. But if you can get him built up so that he can survive the Ice Golem, and Ugo's pretty close. I think like a blessing on her would probably make the difference. Like a 1 or 3 star just to get the HP and defense. But Artak's going to need some serious work there. And Seer was having some problems as well. Yeah, so I was kind of asking how you want me to approach you. I mean, we got a team saved and whatnot. If you put some work into those 3 champions here, I think you can get to 10 ice golem with this team. You might need to mess with it a little bit for the affinities. You got an all magic team right now. But Seer will circumvent a lot of that, and if Artak and Ugo can survive, they can burn the boss down and get you through. I was also asking if there was anything else you wanted me to look at while I was on here. Could probably take a look at your Hydra team. Ooh, that resets tonight. That's exciting. You said you weren't doing Nightmare. Oh, you have 2 keys still. I didn't see your name. Oh, yeah, I did, actually. So are you doing normal? There we are. Yeah, it is fun. I like overcoming challenges. It's really exciting. We do a lot of that here. Actually, this is one of the later accounts that I take over. I've only taken over like 2 or 3 accounts that are this far into the game. Usually I'm helping people get to like 20, or helping set up their first Hydra team or 3. Helping with clan boss, that kind of thing. But I'm down to help with anything. Except for cleansing. If you want me to cleanse, you gotta pay me. It's like asking me to clean your room. I'm sure you understand. Yeah, I was prepared for the updates for Hydra, and my teams were completely unaffected. Actually, I moved up after the update. Not that the update helped me, but I knew what to expect and was building champions in preparation for it. So I continued my upward climb. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I'm down for that. I love Hydra. I could talk about Hydra all night. Not gonna lie. It's one of my favorite, probably my favorite piece of content. I really like the idea of Curse City. But they need some help with some aspects in their game design. First thing being tooltips and quality of life. Yeah, the next thing being AI. One hard thing is, I'm guessing you want a full auto team, right? Which can definitely still be done. You can get really good full auto teams. But the best teams are going to be the manual teams. I think after this update, the people who are willing to manual it and build teams around the concept yeah, you're not going to get optimal damage with full auto with the way the Hydra works now, for sure. I mean, I don't hate this team. What exactly is Valkonen? Is he the one who kills his friends? Right. Check the presets. Okay, fair enough. You got some teams built up in there. I mean, you should be doing brutal at least. I reckon you could 1-key all 3 of these relatively easily after, talking like concept and whatnot. And then I think you should be doing Nightmare too. You might even be doing these three and getting out of normal entirely with the champions and the gear you have on your account. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, that's really powerful in Hydra. Mashalet is like that, and he smacks because of it. Thor's A2 is coded like that as well, I believe. Alright, presets. We got these three teams. Well, the first thing here, you've got Inquisitor Shamel with Trunda. Trunda needs to be your leader. Sorry, I'm fucking with your shit. I didn't even ask, but that's kind of a must. Where the hell did she go? Right here. Yeah, because anytime he cleanses off the fears, he's going to be giving her more turn meter. Plus, her leader ability, oh, I can't see it here, but it makes her smack. And it's the more different percentage-based multipliers you can get stacked on top of each other with Trunda, the crazier her damage will be. Should I do this down lower? Am I fucking up your shit here? Should I save some teams down here? How do you want me to go about this? I might have already fucked up your AI. That speed works? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Don't think you had any idea. I actually never looked at Trunda speed. I didn't look at his Trunda build at all. He is unbuilt. If you can, I highly recommend you build him, Inquisitor Shamel, into a mischief tank. I got you. 200 speed on your damage dealer is fine for if you're not doing Nightmare Hydra. I think for the first good while in Brutal, even, my damage dealers were only running at 220. Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah, so I think this is fine. She's got really high attack. Crit damage is okay. She's pretty squishy. As a general rule of thumb, I would be trying to get almost all of your champions up between like 2,000 to 3,000 defense, and that's if they're like not a champion who needs to be really tanky. That'll help keep them from getting one shot. Like 2,000 to 3,000 defense and like 40,000, 50,000 HP as a general rule for most of your champions. And there's going to be exceptions. Like, I mean, personally for my Arbiter, I didn't give a shit about any stats other than speed. So, because that's her only job. I don't use her in Hydra or anything. I just have her going at 350 or so, and I use her in the arena. So there will be exceptions to that where you don't care if they're tanky or you don't care if they can survive a hit because they just need to go fast enough and do their one thing one time. Or if you have a champion built to one-shot a boss. you know, the boss is never going to take a turn. You don't need to worry about their, like Seer. You don't need to worry about Seer's HP or defense, because anytime you're using her, she's going to go before anybody else goes, and she's going to kill everybody. And actually, you want her weak so that the Ice Golem can kill her, because you don't want her taking up turns and possibly proccing the Ice Golem's counterattack. But yeah, as a general rule, I forgot where I was going or what I was doing. I mean, sheesh. You got Kymar and Trunda. You got a Mischief Tank, increase attack, defense. You got Hex, you got Burns. Decrease defense and weaken, AoE. That's a extend, yep. All right. So now he's a potential Mischief Tank. What's the threat of buffs? You don't have counterattack, you don't have block debuffs. So it wouldn't be the end of the world if he did strip you. You kind of do really want block buffs though for Wrath. Did we have... Need decrease attack as well. There's a champion button in there. I always forget that. Let's see if it's possible. I don't think it is, but can we get this? Excuse me, and that? Contra, but hers has a 75% chance of placing one of the following. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different. So 3 hits at a 70, well, we'll say 80% chance. So 3 chances between 6 different buffs. I wonder if it can hit the same one twice and just screw you. That is very, very inconsistent. That's not going to get you what you need. What about you? And it's AoE. He's your answer. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. But this is looking like... Where'd he go? This is looking like a really strong team. You also got the AoE revive on him, right? In case things go wrong. I think it's AoE. Yeah, all dead allies. And he's got an increased speed for you, which I don't think you had. So I think, yeah, he's the answer to all the problems on that team, I think. There is no leech here, but I don't know that he needs it. What all does Uko have a heal too? Give me the tiny little buttons. No heal, no heal, just a revive. So we actually don't have heal at all on this team, huh? Good call. There is absolutely no heals here. keep forgetting that the champion button is there. Podrick? Grand Oak, yeah, that's a good call. I was talking about him before we went into this too. He's got another cooldown one. He's got a team up. Instead of Shamel then, yeah? I would think. I do like that. That increases the consistency of Uko's decrease attack as well with the ally attack. That'll be super helpful. Yeah. He has no provoke either. I think that might be okay though. It'll be annoying. But we got turn meter fill and resets. Increase speed. Yep. And we could put Uko in provoke. And he's got an ally attacker. Yeah. I think that's a really dirty combo. I like it. I have to pee, so I need to walk away. Are all these champions built? Kind of want to plug it in, send it, see what happens. I don't need to save the key or anything, but that way you have something to watch while I go to the bathroom and grab a snack. I don't even remember what difficulty I clicked on, but here we go. Be right back. What was it? It was brutal. That was brutal. No, cat. I've got food. I don't want your hair on my food. Sorry, dude. Definitely need some re-gearing on this. I don't know if I'm ready for a re-gear of this caliber at this time of the night. Yeah, they're definitely lacking some stats here. Uko's only a 5-star. And still completely unbooked. Oops. And we can set up another team or two. See what he's looking like here. Yeah, fair enough, man. Ugh. It's got a good bit of gear. Needs to do some cleansing and rolling. Another big thing I noticed about his stat climb is he doesn't have anything ascended. Like a lot of these champions, like they're built pretty darn well. It's 266. You know, he's at 270 as well. But a lot of them are just a little bit too squishy. They get one shot. But a little bit of oil might fix that. User, I think I need to get off your account. I've been staring at it for too long. It has been literal hours. But we made some good progress, I think. He's got a little bit of oils, but not a whole lot. He hasn't been grinding it. He's got like 1,000 of the little ones or something, so he could go through and hit most of his boots or something, or hit some of his boots, but by the time he got done testing them all, he'd be about out. No problem, man. Thanks for letting me play around on your account. It was a lot of fun. And it's fun to watch, too. So, that's where I get most of my content right now. Why are you struggling to load? Okay. It was a temporary lapse. Got some red dots to click on. Couple of easy fights. Fair enough, man. Catch you next time. Appreciate you popping in. Thanks for the follow and everything. It's been fun. I already did the Fire Knight tourney, I think. Now I got me second guessing myself. Make sure I finished it. Yep. And I don't think anybody in my bracket was really going for it. Oh, this guy's doing it. I'm not going to compete or anything. I just wanted the milestones. I think I ran some food for some of it too. I just did a 3-person team on, like stage 4 or 8 or something for the last half of the points. Yeah, it was demon spawn only. So it was like Magnar, tainted, hate flower or something. Taniks hate flower, that's what it is. And him just because he's got a triple hit in A1. And actually his A2 clears the first wave on the lower stages. Magnar one-shots the boss. Then the Sand Devil I've been running like this. I never got around to finishing it. I don't have Godseeker, so it's going to be a bit of a thing. But I do have Newt now to speed it up. It's usually like a minute with Newt. It was like 7 minutes with just Muckstalker. Fire Knight I haven't done 10 yet, but I haven't gone to it yet. I went with the other ones first, and I just did the Ice Golem a couple weeks ago, and I've been helping other people with their accounts so much that I haven't focused all that much on mine. Like, I just got somebody else to 10 Dragon tonight, but haven't gotten myself to the Fire Knight. But I'm on like 6 or 7, and I'm pretty sure I know what I need to do. I just pulled a Creedon. Oh no, Newt didn't get to do his thing. That sucks. I got Creedon, and I got Yakarl with a 4-star blessing. But I've also been focusing more on Faction Wars because I'm almost to Lydia. So that's why I just built Magnar. I'm also falling behind on the PvP side of the game a little bit, so Magnar will help me out there. And next up is a Lizard. Not Skathix. Slixus. Because all I need is a little bit more damage to get through the last of that. Then I'll just have Shadowkins left. Oh, and I got a Orcut, I got a 6-star too. The Reviver for the team. And then that one will be done. Yeah, PvP is kind of a mess. Tag Team Arena is really annoying. I wish they would change it and make it 3 versus 3 person fights, just so it wasn't the same thing in every PvP scenario, 4 versus 4 all the time. And I think you get too long to make decisions on Live Arena. They should cut it in half. For picking champions, for picking bans, for making your attacks and stuff, they should cut your time in half. That would make Live Arena much more appealing. A couple of little quality of life fixes I think could go a long way. But they have been doing some of them, albeit not in the right order. I think if they would have waited to do the milestone thing until after they dropped the Hydra release, people would not be in such an uproar. I think they did them in the reversed order. Because everybody had like an expectation for how long it would take to get all the milestone chests. And then just a couple weeks later, they're like, actually, never mind, it's going to take way longer. Yeah, and there's a lot they could do with Live Arena too. I don't know if I'm the one to really speak to it because I'm not super far into the PvP world right now, but the sheep thing's pretty bogus. Yeah, I don't know. They went a weird direction with the sheep and with the stone skin. I don't really have any other games that I could even compare it to. Like, it's really weird. Oh, excuse me. But they are kind of releasing some stuff to mitigate it, or trying to, right? With the new silly blessing that barely works. Oh, shoot, excuse me. The cracking roots. Does extra damage to the stone skin, but then not to the person underneath. Yeah, that might be the biggest problem, actually, is that so many of their systems are made in a way that you're like incentivized to manipulate it. Like like in the arena, I keep a drop defense on the classic arena all the time because I can just go through, and I mean even a lot of these other teams, it's not hard to keep yourself in the top gold 5 or whatever. And in Tag Arena, it's the same. Drop teams until the last day or two. Yeah, Nature's Wrath is nice. I like that one. I was talking about the Kraken Roots. Kraken Roots has turned out to be decent on a couple of champions, but I don't know, it's kind of weird how it works. And it's like, it's a lot to put that blessing on somebody when you don't know if they're going to have Stone Skin going into the fight. And I'm pretty sure once you kill the Stone Skin, it doesn't like change the damage that goes through it. So I believe, and I haven't tried this a lot myself, I've just heard other people talking about it, but I believe it's like you smack through you smack through the Stone Skin and then the person is pretty much untouched underneath for the most part. Yeah, Commodus the Smile is one of the ones I've heard that it's good for. But I don't know of anybody else off the top of my head that it was good for. But I do remember hearing that on him. Yeah, just like any of them, it gets way better once you get up. Honestly, the first 3 stars, the best thing you get is the stats. The HP and defense makes it so much easier to build any champion, and then damage dealers can't go without that attack. Once you get once you're pushing Hydra and stuff, it's really hard to even consider putting a champion on your team like a damage dealer without a 4-star blessing. I've seen a lot of really well developed accounts that's the case where they got a lot of good champions, but they can't use any of them because they're waiting on the souls for them. Why is it tough to build Commodus? I don't have any mythicals, so I'm not trying to say shit. I actually just don't know. I mean, I read his kit when it came out. I thought he would have been one of the easier ones to build personally, as far as the mythicals go. I mean, they're all kind of a little bit wacko, but let's look him up. He is a demon. I am pretty sure. Oh, it's your first one. Nice. All right. Okay, so he can solo Bommel with no gear, is what I'm hearing right here. It's hard to get the speed and the accuracy. Yeah, plus you kind of want him at like 100,000 HP, right? Places weaken and an extra turn, but if they have Stone Skin, you don't want to use that. Just want to roll right into the bombs. 2 bombs, instantly detonate them if they're on the Stone Skin, and then stun them. Yeah, that's better than a cleanse. That's what makes him so good. Because cleansing Stone Skin is 50-50. You can guarantee that's going to fuck them up. And then if you get into the fight and they don't have Stone Skin, you just start with that and then bomb them. So he's not going to speed up his bombs in any way, though. I think it looks cool. Faces on dudes. They've been notoriously terrible at dudes' faces. They're pretty good at women's faces, but I like to go back the old throwback. Not a lot of people really look at him, but he's god awful. There's quite a few of the older dudes' faces are pretty ugly. They learned after a while to keep their mouths shut on the champions, though, because they were really bad at the open mouth. Yeah, fair enough. That is a lot of stats to get. I mean, most of my champions caps are at 500 accuracy. I don't have anybody much beyond that. Okay, we need to upgrade something. It was an accessory. I started earlier, and then I quit. Sure. That'll work. Oh, I actually need to win artifacts and stuff. Guess I'll just do a couple more of these and call it a day. Especially in Stone Skin and PP. I don't know what PP is. Pinpoint. Oh no. Give me the free energy. Yeah, I suppose doing it on 2 champions you probably spent. I mean, Armands you don't need the HP on. Odin you don't need 100,000 HP on either. I don't know what you're using him for, but Odin is a really cool champion. I'd like to play around with that guy sometime. Campaign missions. We'll keep Magnar in there because I don't know if I really care to finish his masteries right now. Actually, I should probably get Helm Smasher at least. Oh, getting... Yeah, I gotcha. Stone Skin and Pinpoint on Armands. Yeah, Odin nukes. I like the way he works. He gives you a lot of leeway for stats. Not having to build a main stat multiplier. I think that was enough. Oh no, it wasn't. 2 more. Let's get Magnar out of there. Take him through some Minotaur tomorrow or something. Need some more chickens. Yeah, I mean, it depends how hard you wanna go for your sets and whatnot. I reckon you're pretty far into the game, so going for Stone Skin is probably gonna be worth it in the later PvP scenario. I think he could be really cool for Hydra too, though. If you had him in like 9-piece protection, that could be nasty. So I'm pretty sure the buffs he spreads count as buffs he's giving people. Gotta do some Demon Lord. Had the stone skin, it was just sitting and then you cleansed it. Well, you cleansed from the bottom up though, right? So you just got your best stuff, hopefully. Yeah, you cleansed out the slow gear. Yeah, I'm just holding on to a couple of slow pieces for a UDK build. Because I'm going to switch him at some point. Right now he's in a pretty weird build. But he solos Ice Golem and Dragon for me. That's what I use him for. The gear was mediocre at best, and then you didn't need it anyways. I mean, mediocre stone skin gear isn't worth using. If it's not good gear, it's not good gear regardless of the set. So, cleanse it and don't look back. I need to cleanse my stone skin gear. I'm holding on to a lot of junk still. It's one of those sets I just don't really look at most of the time until I'm trying to use it. So I'll have to go through here and roll a whole bunch, but I got a bunch of other sets I want to roll, you know? Well, what are we doing here? Yeah, I guess I'll give it a shot. Sometimes I have to end up manualing up here, so if it ends up like that, I'll do that off stream. Haven't figured out the one team fits all for all the... no, I don't think so. I was really unsure when I was setting up the bot if I should allow it. You can send me links though. And depending on what the link looks like, I may or may not click on it. What's the link for? Oh, the bot didn't yell at you. I guess you can post a link. Oh yeah, I mean, I've been posting links in my Discord. So that would have been pretty weird if it banned me, or I guess I should have known that. Is that your UDK then? Tis pretty not bad. I mean, it's pretty damn good. Looks like it's 2 turns of stone skin too. No, not really. He can be good for some Curse City situations in like a stun set and Immortal, or with a good healer, or if you have, yeah, for a Secret Room, I guess. Apparently, I don't know which one, but and then there's also some. I guess there's not any cheesy comps. They got rid of the shield limit, so yeah, you could use him to stun people in a stun set because whenever he gets healed, if he's full health, he gets a free AoE attack. In Toxic? What's the secret room? And you just have somebody heal him and pump out a bunch of poisons? I see. I'm pretty sure I've beaten all the rare only. If it's just rare only and not like rare spirit only or something. I don't know if I would recommend you build him up just for that. Because there's other rares that you'll want to build up that'll probably get you through it that you'll want for other areas. Cold Heart, Reliquary Tender, Kurzad, Muckstalker. Oh, is it a spirit only? Okay, then that's probably one of the rooms I've never completed then. And I might be looking at him down the road too. But on Bobby's account, I don't think I would recommend he save an Ironclad for a secret room that I've never even completed. I don't know. I don't think he's completed all of the rotations even yet. So if you want, you could throw him in the vault. Not a terrible idea. I've got a lot of rares in the vault that I kind of forgot about. Don't use, but they might come out eventually. Yeah, it's up to you if you got the space. I think I even have an Ironclad sitting in my vault. So listen to me telling you to use him as a chicken while I save one. Yeah, I believe that. I've seen it. Quite a few accounts. I'm inching my way there. I've used a couple epics as chickens as well. I try to empower any of them, and save some in Faction Guardians and whatnot for any of them that I think are going to be useful eventually ever, like if their kits are even mildly enticing, but there's a good bit of epics that I'll never use, like a tour in Scion. I think I still have 2 Scions though as a Faction Guardian. But yeah, I've used some as chickens. And actually, I think at almost anybody's account, Scion for sure, anybody's account, I'd say if you've got your Guardians, use it as a chicken. A tour, I guess I could see some weird niche scenarios where you might want to use him, but I don't know. I don't think I would recommend people invest. He's bad enough, I'd say just keep pulling shards and wait till you get somebody else. Oh, excuse me. I haven't checked out any of the Halloween champs yet. What do you guys think of the Epic? I'm pretty sure I'm skipping the actual fusion, but is the Epic any good? I mean, fusion's not terrible, but if I can't get Hansel too, and for free, then I don't want Gretel. Kind of a combo deal or nothing, in my opinion. Because otherwise, she'd just sit in my vault and I'd never use her. And she's not a fragment one, so that's less enticing as well. You can't save her for the next fusion. Kind of like the Arweed Crivergrass from, was it the last one? She's got the ally attack, but she adds ignore defense to anybody who ally attacks. I thought that was pretty cool. This is pretty not cool, though. Oh. I guess it's working out. Reliquary Tendril, pick him up. Crap multipliers on the new epic. That is unfortunate. I'm guessing it's some kind of damage dealer then, if you're caring about the multipliers like that. Well, maybe not. Oh, Hansel and Gretel crap multipliers. Yeah, I didn't see the multipliers. I was looking at their kits and making my opinion before I saw that. I was just kind of assuming from their kits that they would hit decent because it looked like they were made to be combo damage dealers. Their offset affinities, you know, they had the ally, you know, the ally attack thing and whatnot, the AoE, the reactive A3s, where it's like if one of them dies, then they get to nuke. But if the nuke doesn't nuke, yeah. Could be fun for Hydra. I hope eventually somebody asks me to take over and they have them, and I'm incentivized to build them, because they do look fun. A1 AoEs with the chance for the weaken and decreased defense. That could be fun with like ally attackers and stuff. Yeah, you prefer voids. There's pros and cons to both. You don't get much benefit as the attacker from an affinity bonus, but you do gain benefit if the fight goes out a little bit longer. Then they get to, you know, with Stone Skin and stuff, they get to live a little bit longer a lot of the time. So having the affinity advantage is pretty powerful in PvP. It's a lot of resources pumped into champs. To build those two champions, you mean? Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to ever do it unless it looks like the right thing to do for their account. But I'm just hoping somebody shows up and it is the right thing, because they'd be fun. Like, if they had no other... You know, if it's their first Hydra team, they did their first fusion, they got Hansel and Gretel. Right, exactly. Yeah, I could go for him too. It could be fun, but I don't think it's gonna push my numbers up, you know? I think I'm better off getting Lydia. I think she'll push my numbers up more than those two legendaries would. And they're not being very upfront with stuff like, is he going to be a free login? Are you going to make us pay a bunch of money? Because that's a big factor. If he's going to be a free login champion, then gosh, I might want to go for her, right? Because if you're going to have the other one for free, and I can do fusions pretty easily nowadays. Yeah, Hansel and Gretel's the upcoming, well, Gretel is the fusion. We don't know how we're going to get Gretel yet. Wait, I think I just said Gretel twice. Gretel's the fusion. We don't know how we're going to get Hansel yet. And the witch is the new mythical. And then there were 6 champions, so I'm guessing there's like 2 epics and a rare coming out as well. Or no, there was 4 legendaries, so maybe there is no rare. Maybe it's a mythical, 4 legendaries, and the epic. I think that must be what it is. Oh no, we have a bunch of energy. I think that means I'm stuck going to the Sand Devil, but at least that gives us time to chat. I mean, I'm not focused on anything. Yeah, a lot of legendaries are very dated. Like if they're not relatively new, then they fall off, right? Some of them have withstood the test of time. Okay, I think I liked it better when he was actually just starting with that. So now at least I know he's gonna get it. Sometimes I think he gets crit by the boss and he just gets knocked out. He doesn't get to do his blessed bash. I'd rather him take out that chunk right away than have the little bit extra damage, I think. Kind of undecided. I'll run it a couple times and then decide. Yeah, I mean, he only got halfway that time. I think. We'll see. Legos are dated for the live arena. Yeah, because there's that steady power creep, and there's mythicals. Yeah, you go up against mythicals and they wreck you for sure. Marius is pretty good against them, but if you go up against a bunch of mythicals, they're probably just gonna ban him. And if you don't got mythicals and they got mythicals and they got blessings on those mythicals, sheesh. The stat difference is pretty crazy. Almost done with Marius? Hell yeah. Yeah, he'll help you against the mythicals a bit. If nothing else, you'll know that they're going to be banning him. And if they're not going to be banning him, then you have a hand up. Or leg up. It's a leg up, the phrase is, not a hand up. Yeah. I don't know. Power creep is kind of unavoidable. And the people who are able to spend a bunch of money are guaranteed to shoot up through the power creep faster. Especially when the new stuff comes out and they're just like, well, I'm just going to buy that mythical. Well, I need a soul, so I'm going to buy, $200 worth of soul stones. But I think the root issue actually would be solved by a better MMR. It's not true that power creep is inevitable. I mean, I'd like to hear some examples of games that did it well and stood the test of time, Oh, the champ pool is like ensuring that they get. Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely overstating the idea. I'll say that for sure. I'm overstating the idea of wanting something and spending and getting it. I know you're not going to just buy it, right? It's not that simple. But it weights it in your favor, right? Just like anything. That's why you do it. Onryo's a beast, by the way. I think he's going to be like up there with the best damage dealers. I think he might be the new best damage dealer for Hydra. So yeah, I understand going for him for sure. And I'm not judging anybody who spends money. I mean, why not? Whatever makes you happy, dude. I spend a bunch of money on dabs and stuff, and, whatever makes me happy. He's the new Jorgid. I think he is going to be a new beast unto himself, unlike anything else. He's got built-in Hex, and you can stack Hex on top of that. Just think how much damage Hex adds to your teams. And now you can stack that on top of it. And you get him going with some good people with like protection and stuff. He's going to be rinsing Hydra heads. You're going to be having to focus more on like, what do I do when they're all Serpent's Will? Live arena. Yeah, he'll be disgusting in PvP too. He's a void damage dealer. You don't have to wait to get the hex up on people. And he smacks. Not worried about Hydra? Fair enough. You're just into the PvP stuff. Or more focused on it. You know where you want him built for. I mean, that's important too. If you try to split your preference for how you want them built, you know, you can get decent results building them for, you know, like build them for PvP and they'll work okay in Hydra. But if you focus on one, it'll definitely work better in that one area. Two Necmos, two Krisks. Well, that doesn't do it all, but damn, that is a hell of a setup. But Onryo does something that you can't get in any other champion. So it's gonna, in the end game, at the top of the pyramid, it's gonna kind of be like trying to run a team without Hex. If you don't have Onryo, it's like not having Hex, I think. Because it's such a powerful layer on top of your damage. Right, Mishinaki does Hex, but you want Hex and Onryo. Onryo's thing isn't actually Hex, it just works like Hex does, so they stack on top of each other. For Relentless, I got some champions in Relentless, but I did not get on the whole Relentless craze. Like, I've seen a lot of champions, or a lot of teams are almost all in Relentless. That is not my strategy. Mishinaki's weak rotation weak affinity this rotation. Right, but I'm saying you'd want them together even. You want Onryo with another Hexer, for sure. Mishinaki's sweet, I wish I had him. He's got the ally attack on his A1. I actually have a 6-star soul for him waiting. One day maybe I can throw it on him. Alright, what time are we at? 2 o'clock. Time to break out the new jar. Had to slow him down. Is he outrunning his buffs and dying? Or is there some other reason? Yeah, I get that. I messed with some teams like that. Oop. My champions aren't personally up that high yet. I think most of my brutal people are close to like 250-ish. I think Mithril is at like 270, 280, somewhere around there. Yeah, for a damage dealer, that's often the way to go. Drop them, make them slower than most everybody else on the team. Oftentimes you want your mischief tank slower, but it gives you room for more stats. Drop the speed boots off and plus when you factor in things like turn meter boost and ally attacks, definitely worth dropping some speed off of the damage dealers. I mean, it's still meta in Hydra. Your ability to fight the Hydra is still largely based on the speeds that you can reach and what stats you can keep when you're climbing up to those speeds. So it's still meta, although it's not like, yeah, like you're saying, like, you don't want to just go faster, 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 because you have turn limits and stuff, and it's a battle of attrition. And trying to capitalize the most damage that you can get. Excuse me. Yeah, that's pretty nutso. I mean, if you're reaching speeds like that, I'd say before you go that fast, wouldn't you be better off like crit capping everybody? Because you can spare the stats. Like even Necmo, get him 100% crit rate. That'll pump up your damage a bit. Oh, they are! My god. Okay, after you dropped him to 250. Yeah. Yeah, I bet you're doing 350 crit damage on Necmo. That's fun. I don't know what else to say. That's fun. So how does he hit then? Because I know he's not much of a damage dealer, but like what's his max damage that you see? Necmo probably should be the fastest one on your team, or close to, though. Because he's your buffer and debuffer, right? I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but even with all that, he only hits 80k. Yeah, I'd trade some of that out for some speed. Is Krisk your mischief tank? I'd say drop some speed on your mischief tank and pick up some speed on your buffer, in my opinion. 300-ish on a decapped. You got like a Hex or Provoke on your Necmos then? It's still a whip? Or a wipe? Work in progress, I got you. Sorry, I'd never heard that one before. That's nice. Neat. Work in progress. I'm a fan of that one. I'm going to use it. Oh man, I broke it. Oh, it had me real concerned there for a second. I put my earbud in and it's like, hold up. We weren't ready for this. He's trying to connect. Yeah, I think with takeovers like that, one a night's probably my limit. I could probably do another one if I actually ate like a real meal instead of a freaking nutty bar, but I do not feel re-energized. Who's this? Nick Mo. 250, 360 accuracy. I thought you needed like 400 for Nightmare. Oh, but you probably have some Hydra specific bonuses. Okay, and he is in Provoke. I mean, it's not a bad build. He's strong. He's fast. Yeah, Muckstalker's a beast, dude. He might stay on my team to 25 if I don't get Godseeker. If I get Godseeker, I think I could plug her in with my ninja, and they would go all the way. But typically in this game, I don't get the easy champion until after I've already solved it. Like, I didn't get Geomancer until I beat, well, basically everything, but namely the Iron Twins. They waited until I solved every affinity of the Iron Twins, and then they gave me Geomancer. Yeah, that was without Hydra bonuses. I did figure it out, though. I figure you're probably where you needed to be after that. Yeah, I think I stand by what I said. I mean, it's hard to say without looking at your actual team. You know? I'd be down to take a look sometime, and I think it was you that was saying you're looking to rework a little bit with the new Hydra update, rebalance, whatever you want to call it. I reckon with your account, I would do more looking and talking and not messing with your champions, though. I'd probably let you do most of that because I'm guessing you use the optimizer and you got so many champions, it would be a lot of back and forth, like who am I allowed to take gear from and whatnot. I'll start messing with the optimizer the day I get a computer set up. Okay, this is Mishinaki. He's got lethal, a couple pieces of savage, he's got the Hydra area bonuses in there. 7.5k defense, that is quite strong. over 50k HP. You know, this is a really strong build for Mishinaki, I think. I don't think I would mess with him at all. I think I would just make your Nekmo faster. You don't want your damage dealer outracing people. No savage, just lethal. I thought that was what I said, but yeah, lethal. Yeah, 320 is too much for him for sure. If you want somebody going up, I mean, there's people that you want going super fast like that, but it's like your activators, your engines, like turn meter boosters and ally attackers and stuff like that. Because the more they go, the more they bring in everybody else. And you get more out of your damage dealers by slowing them down a little bit, pumping up the other stats. Your Wukong is almost there. Almost where? Where's he going? Oh, no, you don't use the optimizer. You're mobile. Nice, dude. Well, props. Yeah, same. I don't yet either, but I will. Especially doing takeovers. Being able to use the optimizer will allow me to do a lot more for people. And I'm not going to say no to a tool that lets me help people. It's really that simple. And it's just going to take me some hours of learning how to use it. Well, damn, dude, if you're doing that without the optimizer, I've seen what the optimizer can do to people's even really well-built accounts. But yeah, I think just prioritizing the right stats on the right champions, because you got all kinds of stats to work with. But just prioritizing, weighting it a little bit more towards certain stats on certain champions will get you a lot more out of it. But like, your Mishinaki build's perfect. I wouldn't be fucking with that at all. Who's this? Sun Wukong? This is where he's going? He's fast as fuck too, but I don't know if I'd want to, I mean, I might keep him really fast for like PvP, right? Then when he comes back, he's more likely to get his turn before anybody else has a chance to do anything. So that's a different story. He's built a little less than 7,500 attack, 333 crit damage, 300 accuracies. Probably not enough for you for PvP. I think your ratios to attack to crit damage are really good too. Or multiplier to crit damage. Your Mishinaki one was really good. Yeah, it's pretty darn good Wukong build too. Oh yeah, he is your arena nuker. Yep. Oh yeah, he still does. Well, it'll still work on like... That's enough accuracy to work on 75% of champions. Right? So it'll feel like it still does. But when you need it the most, it'll fail. Like when you're doing it to their reviver or whatnot. Somebody you really need it to happen on. Or their stone skin UDK with resistance. I tend not to think that way. Fair. That's why alternative perspectives can be so useful. Because you can work with other people's ideas too. But yeah, he's gonna smack. Like, That's a really good build. I don't know if I would want to take anything away from him to get him accuracy either. Use Odin for that. Yeah, so if you're using him with a good stripper, and Odin's the perfect example. He's got double. He's got an AoE strip, which you probably lead with for the stuns and the decreased defense. And then he's got the single target for anybody who made it through, you know? Odin is quite good. I've actually been helping one of my close friends build an Odin team. He has some insane shard luck, and he does spend a little bit, but not as much as you would think for the champions that he's got. But we're working on a full Void Odin team for PvP. Tis a lot of fun to theory craft. Wonder actually, I don't think he ever sent me. Well, he's got a couple different options, is what we've spent probably like an hour talking about it, maybe two, maybe longer. I don't know. We both smoke weed and we sit and talk. And he caught me like early day one time. He was like, "Hey, I'm up. You got some time to talk? Want to talk about Odin?" I was like, "Oh, I'd love to. I'd love to talk about Odin for a while, honestly." Oh shoot. I mean, he's got all the free ones for sure. He's got Valkanen. He's got... Shucks, I might have to get out of here. I got below 130. Let me see if he sent me a screenshot. And if he hasn't, I'm going to message him. Oh, he's not going to be awake, but I'll still message him so I can get a screenshot. No, he never did. Oh, he's got a Krizia. Yeah, he just pulled a Krizia. He's got Krisk. Almost like... He doesn't have Terrace. He's got Marishka. He does not have Siphi. It's almost easier to think of the ones that he doesn't have, which is crazy because he really hasn't spent that much money. He's just got insane luck. He did not pick up Onryo. SC Void Champs. Right, so that's what we're talking about actually, is just that, like, what team should we build for him? We weren't actually, like, building the champions. He's got Marishka, I said that. I already said he's got all the free ones. Does not have Tohanarok. Not sure if he has the snowman or if his roommate does. One or the other. Or is Santa Claus not snowman? Maybe he doesn't really have as many as I thought. He's got Krisk. Don't think he has Ramontu yet. Also, I might be missing some because it's hard to just recall what what champions somebody else has off the top of your head, you know. I think he's got Vlad and Valkanen. Yeah, I think this is one of the main ones we're looking at for it too. C-Smacks. He's got Ankora. I already looked at this one. He's got a Krizia. I know Krizia is really good for like speedrunning stuff, but I'm not sure if she's amazing for PvP or not. Honestly, I've only seen her in PvE so far. Yeah, I know. I'll have to get a screenshot from him. Yeah, he did not reply, so he's probably not awake, because if he was awake at this time, he would be sitting at his computer. Sometimes he is, but... How far did we get? And how long do we have? Oh, we've got days. Days and days. And we're not even halfway. But this I can spam out real quick on a lower stage if I want. I just figure I'm not in a rush because I need the oils. Like badly. Speaking of, did I get enough? Because my current mission... 42. I'm close. I just need to find something that's at 3. Who do I care about? Ugo, I like you. None of your stuff is... That's at 3. What is it? Is it crit rate? It's crit damage. That's the one. But I need 60. Okay. That is promising though, because that means I'll be out of here tonight or tomorrow. I don't know if I have enough for the accessory thing. I don't have enough of the little ones. Okay. Have I don't think I've really worked on anybody's stuff like that. His. So I'd probably start with his just to... Oh, not getting any closer sitting here doing that. I've got another big chicken. I'll be able to 6-star 2 people by the next time champion training comes around. I think I've got enough for 1 and then 2 extra 5 stars ready. Narcissus and Ancora counters Teresh Marishka. He doesn't have Terrace. He's just got Marishka and Odin. Yeah, actually, hopefully he'll show up another night, because I'm sure he'll send me screenshots. And I mean, I do a lot of theorycraft. I shoot the shit and talk ideas with him, but I don't actually... I'm not in the PvP world as much as a lot of other players, so I definitely like to hear other people's opinions on that kind of stuff. And any night after now, I should have a screenshot to work with. But we thought about putting a non-void champion in there too. We might, we're down to talk about that. He's got a lot of them too. Ancora, Ragash. I mean, I couldn't even try to list them. You are showing me a chest plate. It is quite nice. God damn, you got Toshiro to put that on? It's the perfect chest plate for Toshiro. But no, I know you don't. You said Commodus is your only... Geomancer's Blessing. That is a good question. I will have to take a look at my Geomancer, because I don't remember off the top of my head. Probably Phantom Touch. But but let me take a look for you. Well, let's hear him. Let's talk about him. I mean, Survival Instinct probably wouldn't be the worst, but yeah, I'd rather have Phantom Touch on him than that, I think. Reserve Survival Instinct for somebody who's going to do something about it. Like a cleanser. I got Phantom Touch on mine. What else were you thinking, though? Cruelty? Got an AoE, A1. That would kind of work. I mean, Nature's Wrath would technically work, right? Lightning Cage? To make him like a mischief tank, or what? No, you can't use Lightning Cage. He's not legendary. Epic or rare blessings only. What blessing on Artak? That is another good question. I don't have an Artak. I mean, Nature's Wrath would be good on him for Hydra if you got like crit rate on him. I think Incinerate's the option for PvP specifically. What else would you do on him? Cruelty? Cruelty would be good on him. All of his attacks are AoE. Wonder what Jazz says about it. About Artak's blessing. I'm sure he's got Artak. Oh, sorry about the finger in front of the screen. Forget my camera's right there. Yeah, I guess I think I'd probably go Cruelty for general use and Nature's Wrath for like late game maybe. Only use him for Spider and Ice Golem. No blessing. Fair enough. Well, correct me if anybody thinks I'm wrong, but that's kind of what I think. So probably Cruelty. You could wait though too, and I could ask around and get back to you tomorrow. No to Cruelty? Gonna make Ice Golem hit you back harder. Because he'll retaliate more often because you're hitting him too hard? Is that what you're thinking? Proc too many of the counterattacks? I'm pretty sure I've seen Artak solo the Ice Golem stage 20 with 100% crit rate. I'm almost certain of that. I'd bet money on it, but my wife would not let me bet stuff. Yeah, stage 20. You're saying for hard mode? I'm thinking stage 20 and Hydra. I don't know if cruelty is enough to really set you over like that, unless you have a lot of AoE damage on your team. I mean, you could be right. But yeah, he's not in hard mode yet. And he's not going to be for a good minute. He's just getting stage 20s and trying to get his foot in the door in Hydra and stuff like that. And I wouldn't recommend that he pushes hard mode for a while because he just got to stage 20, so he should farm that and get a bunch of good gear. But yeah, I do like that. I do like that opinion. That is definitely something to watch for in the future. Have you tested that and seen it fail because of cruelty? Or have you seen another content creator do that or something? Yeah. Oh, you did it yourself? Did you have other damage on the team or other people doing AoE attacks? I seen it. I gotcha. You seen it. I let the cat in. I'm sorry, I wasn't mocking you, but anytime I see those three words together, I seen it. I flash back to the Monsters Incorporated monster guy with like 100 eyes and the little news thing, and he's like, "I seen it with my own eyes." Had to drop Seer's crit damage because she was smacking and proccing the ice golem. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. But I could also see, I've seen people use Seer where she gets to the ice golem, she does her karma burn, wipes out the ads, hits the boss, and then the boss counterattacks and wipes most of the team. And then that speeds up the run because it's just Artak or Artak and somebody else. So in a situation like that, I'm wondering if cruelty is really going to be a big problem. Or if it can still be consistent with cruelty. Because cruelty is really good for Artak and Hydra. So it'd be nice to be able to keep them built for both. But I don't have one to play around with it myself. So I'm going to need to do some research and find out so I can advise people correctly. Right, if he's just tanky enough and he can survive it. So, does Artak always got to be built in regen? Does he heal himself? I've usually seen him in regen, but I don't know how important it actually is. I guess if you're doing a solo build, probably, but you should be able to combo him with a healer. Right. Can be hard to get the stats you want with regen, though. Yeah, I think that's where most people's Artaks gravitate towards in the end game. Enough resist so they don't get the counter heal on and the decrease accuracy. And 500 accuracy is... There's a lot of stuff where 500 accuracy is actually becoming useful, especially with the rise of the event dungeons and whatnot. Still trying to get him up to 100k HP. I mean, getting in the ballpark is basically, there's not much of a difference on somebody like Artak. If you're getting them up to 80, 90,000 HP and your defense is comparable, then getting that little bit of extra. Yeah. Is he proccing the counterattack with both of the ads still up? Then I guess HP is going to be the only solution. Defense isn't going to matter there. Because I'm pretty sure he ignores all your defense then. So I could see wanting to get him up to 100,000 to deal with that. Sand Devil's kind of similar. One of his attacks just ignores all your defense. His defense still matters so you don't get whomped by all of his other attacks, but you definitely need to have an HP threshold to survive the one shot. Cat sitting on a water bottle and scaring himself, looking around, trying to figure out where the noise is coming from. Yeah, I hear you there. I mean, at a certain point, when you've got everything solved, you really just need a handful of PvE champs to run certain things when you want to run them for events and stuff, right? Outside of those, you should be investing in and pushing. And maybe some champions for like, I mean, Amius is pretty tough too. Do you mess with that? Amius is another one that requires 500 accuracy. You pass that. You've already got. Oh, you talking about like past the dungeon start farming stage or Amius? You can beat Amius. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, if you've got solutions to every rotation for him, then the only thing left is pushing your Hydra numbers. And if you're already getting the milestones in one rotation, then it's just for competitive edge. Not all of them. Well, if you're doing some of the hard Amius, then you're doing better than most people. I've never killed the hard one yet. Got the snake now, though. You can't beat all of them. You saying that there's a rotation of Amius that nobody has beaten? Or that I specifically can't beat him? Oh man, the rain is coming down. And I was going to be getting off soon. So if it does disconnect, have a good night. Otherwise I'll be here for a couple more minutes. But we got somewhere. What, you don't think my roster is stacked? I mean, I've beaten almost everything with just this. And actually, I'd say I've beaten almost everything with like 10 less champions. I've been 6-starring a lot of champions just for faction wars. Yeah, no, 500 accuracy is getting pretty easy nowadays once you get all the Great Hall bonuses up and stuff. I think it was her, I was building her for Faction Wars, and she just accidentally ended up with almost 500 accuracy. Like, whoops. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know I don't have all of that many legendaries. And Amius hard mode is... It's gonna be a minute. He's pretty tough. I might figure out... there'll probably come a rotation where I can figure out a solve, but it won't be like a consistent... can beat all the rotations. But I can imagine getting a scenario where these champions could kill hard Amius. Yeah, he's fast as fuck when you're on hard mode. I noticed that. The jump to Nightmare on Hydra is pretty crazy too. When I first went into it, I was like, holy shit, am I not fast enough for this? Because they're zooming, but once you get the increased speed and the decreased speed up, it's a little bit more manageable. Wow. I think I'll wait. Yeah, it was too easy. I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad for most of what they did with the update. I'm not gonna say all of it, but I think most of it was a good idea for the game, for the longevity of the game. I think the biggest mistake they did was putting out the milestones before they dropped the update. They should have released the milestones afterwards so that people didn't have a idea of how much they should be getting every week. Because that really pissed a lot of people off. And the next two things that I really hate about it is the decapped head's HP bar is red. That sucks. That's like, might be the worst thing. And the other really annoying thing is that they ruined taunt. They even, within like, it was like 2 or 3 months of doing it, they released champions to us and were like, they have taunt, they can deal with the Hydra head, the consumption. They literally told us that, and then just a couple months later they took it away from the ability. That's shitty. Provoke isn't necessary. Provoke was less important. It is pretty darn important now. It's probably not necessary. If you are going way faster than the Hydra heads, you can just put your debuffs back on them. Like, it's not a problem. But Provoke does make it a lot easier. Yeah, I guess if you can still nuke them all down consistently enough, and the 4 heads with Serpent Will that you can't deal damage to, cleansing themselves off and doing their thing is fine. But for most people, being able to control that is going to be pretty important. Oh, you're talking before the update. I mean, you can. I've ended up with all 4 heads with Serpent's Will many times already. So I would expect that you could do the same. I've seen lots of other people do it too, so it's definitely happening. Yeah, well, when 2 heads revive, one of them comes back with it. Right? And then if your team is just rolling, you kill that head too. And then it comes back with Serpent's Will. No, it's not a bug. It's not a bug. It's how they programmed it. There's an easy solution to it. I don't know if they'll figure it out, but there's a very simple solution to it. But no, it is how they coded it. Every time the heads come back, one of them's going to have Serpent Will. You can still place debuffs on them though, so if you drop your decreased speed, you get your Hex, your Weaken and whatnot, and you just bomb that new head that doesn't have it right away. And then you bomb the neck, because that's what a lot of teams are doing. They're killing the heads so fast that the new spawned head with Serpent Will isn't even getting a turn before they go through the head and the neck. And then it comes up with Serpent's Will while the other one still has Serpent's Will. It is how Plarium coded the Hydra heads to work. But what they should do is when that 4th one comes up with Serpent's Will, it should instantly expire the oldest Serpent's Will on the board. It's that simple. No, they can't spread it. You can't spread Serpent's Will. Just not one of the ones they can spread around. It's just on the teams that are nuking through it really quick. It happens just like I just described, because the change that they did makes it so that when 2 heads come back at a time, only one of them will have it. But you can nuke through that new head again. Faction Wars, Single Affinity Classic Arena. Ick. I mean, I'll probably beat that one with my main team, but... Oh, you mean debuffs. Now I don't understand what you're saying. Oh, they killed me. Cool. Yeah, Stultus is always a weird one for me. Sometimes he just mollywops me. Like Tihanarok does the debuff spread. Or she spreads the buffs. I don't know which one she does, but you said buffs and debuffs now. Okay, so Tihanarok spreads something. Spreads the debuffs. Right, so you're saying that's one way they just get all your shit back up instantly. You already got a head that has your stuff on it. You target that one, spread them. Yeah, that makes popping the heads over and over really quick, I would imagine. I think most of us just wish we could get one. If you pull enough, it just might happen. You've convinced me. I'm gonna go pull my 20 void shards right now. No. JK. I do have a shard list. I got 2 people on it now. So I'll make sure to put that in my title whenever I'm doing shard pulls for people. But both of them on the list want me to tell them when they should pull. And neither of them go for fusions. So we're just waiting for ×2 events. And then we'll be pulling on their accounts. And I personally go for fusions, so I'll only be pulling during fusions usually. I've pulled for ×2s on voids, and I'll always pull in the ×2 for primals. Yeah, you got no room for champions, I bet, huh? I've heard that's a big problem for some of the late game people, but you will be happy to know, if you don't already know, that Plarium is working on it. They've acknowledged that it is really hard to make money from selling shards to people who can't hold shards. So they're doing something about it. Yeah, it means nothing. Their words mean nothing until it actually happens, right? Yeah, it could be a year, right? It's hard to say. I do feel like they've been putting more time and energy into some quality of life stuff, right? They got on indicators for the Siege War thing pretty quick, although that should have been there right away. They also didn't playtest the economics of Siege at all. Either that or they just decided they wanted it to be really slow to start, so they didn't have to worry about nerfing it in a pinch to stop stuff from getting crazy. Same crap with the inventory, like the gear. Or do you mean the chest thing? Not sure which of the two you're referring to there. 200 slots, you must be talking about the chest thing, right? I thought that was 300 or 400, but I've never filled it up, or I've never had gear go in there or anything. I cleanse pretty hard. Oh, excuse me. I was getting really close a month ago, but because I stripped off a bunch of old Faction Wars champions and stuff that I never kept investing in. Stripped them all off, got 500 extra pieces of gear, and was 10 shy of the 1500 mark, so I went and did a mass cleansing. Max slot was 13, now it's 15. Oh, they gave you guys 200 more slots. See, that was before my time. I am not a veteran in this game. I just got really into this game when I got into it, went all manic about it. Mania and autism go hand in hand, just saying. Yeah, it's crazy. I didn't know that actually. He retired for almost a year. I've heard that from quite a few people as well. I actually downloaded the game way back when, and then deleted it because I didn't like it and started playing Summoner's War like a couple months later and got into that game for like a year or two. It was a pretty fun game. No regrets. And honestly, if I hadn't gotten into that game, I probably wouldn't be as good at this game as I am. Just came back last month. Nice. Well, we're happy to have you back. Sorry that you came back to the crazy fiasco with the Hydra rework and stuff. People are all mad. I think when it blows over, though, it's actually a good thing. I think Plarium just fucked up on the order and a couple of things with it that they'll have to... Like, they really should go back and fix Taunt. And the fucking purple... I want the purple life bars back. That's the biggest bullshit. Like, it's so annoying. Especially on a phone with a tiny little life bar. Like, when you got HP burn on everything... It's kind of hard to tell sometimes. It takes a little bit of extra effort. It's annoying. Good deal. That's what I like to hear. I mean, that's what I thought too. I like the update. I think Hydra was too easy. With the power creep in the game, the what was supposed to be one of the most complicated and difficult bosses got cheesy, and they needed to fix it. But let Taunt do something useful. Come on. Let it do something to consumption like you promised us. You told us it worked for consumption. That's like one of the big reasons why I went for the Packmaster. And you never gave us the dog either. So we got no dog. And they took away Taunt. And his shit doesn't work unless he plays his Hex with the freaking Hex set. It's so situational. I'm not gonna invest in him unless I pull like Teox or something and just really need him as an activator, but I don't see that in my future. Classic Arena with a single affinity. Do we get a free one? No? Alright, just kill me then. It's fine. Yeah, Packmaster's a Vault Guardian, exactly. He was cool in theory. There were some ideas that... Because if you run Packmaster with a cooldown reset, who's going twice as fast as him, you can get just those two champions can control consumption for your team. That's pretty powerful in itself. And then he's got a block buffs that isn't hampered by affinity. That's powerful, or it can be, and it's also paired with turn meter boost, which is quite useful. Yeah, most of us don't just have all the champions, though. You got to consider that. Like, it's a champion for people who are trying to get in there, get their foot in the door, right? So that's the real travesty of it. It's not late game players that can go for a fusion on a whim. It's the middle and early game players that expended a bunch of resources thinking that they were going to be able to use this guy to get into Hydra, and then they stripped his capability away. So I know you don't need Packmaster. Packmaster's a shit champion for you. You probably think Adeline is a shit champion too, right? Nobody would ever want Adeline in your eyes, right? But Adeline's on my 2-minute Dragon Hard team. And she's a key component. Where is it? Yeah, she's a necessary part of that team. And she also solved Amius for me. So the perspective on champions like this can be really weird if you're already really well established. You've already got solutions to all those answers, right? I mean, I believe that. It was free. They gave you the 5-star blessing. Well, I don't know what you would want her for. You don't need Adeline. I would imagine she is actually useless to you. Because you've already got Sand Devil solved, right? You got all your hard dungeons beat. You got Amius beat on most rotations. I mean, if she came up in an Amius rotation, I highly recommend her. And actually, I'll show you another weird thing. My build for her is one that you'd never guess either, but it works really well. It's a set that nobody likes, but it works perfectly for her kit. I don't remember what it's called. I'll just show you in like 60 seconds. She's pretty good for the Nether Spider as well, for progressing players. No, not that one. That one is actually useless. I've tried, like I've kept, I don't know if I have any frenzy pieces. If I do, it's just an offset, obviously. But, you know, I try to think of ideas where the sets will be useful, even if it's something that people don't really like. Because even in just the bit of time that I've been playing this game, there's been sets that everybody says is trash, and then, like, a couple months later, like, content creators are like, this is one of the best sets. It's so good, like Cursed. I came into the game, I read Cursed, I was like, this sounds really good. This seems cool. It sounds like it'd be great for like Spider and Hydra. and then I told that to people, and it didn't go over very well. And then, you know, it was like not 2 months later, Ash put out a video. It was like, this set, it's really good for Hydra. And everybody's just like, all right, this set's really good for Hydra. Okay, guys. But it's this one. Fucking Avenging. Because when she gets a debuff, she has a chance to counterattack. And when she counterattacks, she gives that debuff right back to him, and she steals a buff. So, it works pretty good for Amius. It works really good for the Nether Spider. They'll throw the poisons up. She'll steal their counterattack, right? Like one after the other. Just boink, boink, boink. It's lovely. Yeah, and then when Amius flips everything, she'll counterattack and give something back and take, you know, it's great. Can't watch Ash. Is it because Plarium pays him to say stuff? I really like Ash. But sometimes it seems like, I don't know. I mean, he's got to make his money. And I reckon he's getting quite wealthy. And he's also got divided attention, so he can't be playing this game all the time. He gets paid to do ads for, like, Watchers of Realms and this and that. And I think he's involved with Godforge, right? But yeah, what's your thoughts on that? Retaliation is better than Avenging. I say Avenging and Retaliation if you can. They're both quite valuable in different ways, because there's a lot of times where they'll, like Mashaled, he'll throw up 2 debuffs and not attack you. She will counterattack, almost guaranteed, because that's 2 debuffs. I mean, I guess it's not almost guaranteed. There's a 50% chance she loses the counterattack to Fear, but it's pretty likely that she's going to be trying to counterattack at least, and that can really fuck up Mashaled. And there's other champions like that as well. So I think Avenging and Retaliation would be optimal. Because then when somebody hits you and debuffs you, then they're fucked. Plus, you can get counterattack chance off the masteries as well. You add it all together, she'll just be a counterattack monster. Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You could do Avenging and Retaliation together. So it's a two-piece set. I mean, if you go all out with Retaliation, it's a two-piece set. You end up with... Yeah, that's exactly my point. So then you have 45 chance for the counterattacking on debuffs, and then 15% chance to counterattack when you're hit. But even if you stack 6 pieces of Retaliation, you're only getting up to 45. Which is the same as Avenging. But then again, if you're building resistance on her, then Retaliation would be better. It depends what you're using her for. But yeah, you're not going to use her at all. And Avenging is pretty bad otherwise. I just happen to have, like, I saved the good pieces, you know, just because the stats were good. And then I ended up having a decent amount. And I was looking at building her, and I was like, well, this actually sounds good with her ability. So I tried it, and it worked really well. There is no point when you can counterattack accessories. Retaliation, you mean? I don't know if I'd say there's no point, because there's a lot of other accessories that are quite powerful, even just as a 1, 2, or 3 slot in there. So you could do Avenging, Retaliation, and then get something else out of your accessories, like you could get the 3 set stats off of Protection, or you could do the triple Pinpoint, or Feral. I mean, I just don't like to say that there's no point, because when you get on a bunch of people's accounts and you try to build up these champions, they don't have 1,500 pieces of really good gear and all the accessories. You got to look at what they got and consider what they have to work with, and it's a different hand of cards every time. And most people don't have those counterattack accessories at all. Actually, I stopped buying them really early on. It's kind of a waste of... I mean, it's not a waste, but... How do I explain my feelings on this? So the rate that you get them is so slow that if you can do stage 20 spider, even though those accessories are vastly superior because of that benefit, the cleansing, the counterattack, whatnot, they are 95% of people, they're going to be farming spider and filling in for the stats that they need. Because most people just need stats. I've seen, you know, builds can be kind of random sometime, and I don't think that's necessarily people's fault either. I think Plarium has intentionally not taught people how to play their game so that they can continually entice people to spend money in the wrong ways. And that's what I mean when I was talking about, I don't know if you've heard me say it, but I've said a couple of times, Plarium oftentimes will act like a drug dealer with a degree in psychology. They know what they're doing. They are very good at it. But some of the stuff they do is straight up skeezy. No other way around it. They've been ruthless with people and untrustworthy. One of the latest fusions is a prime example. Not Jerboam. I feel like that was almost an apology, but nobody went for him. I mean, I went for him because it was easy to go for him, and I like the fragments. And he's actually a pretty good champion. Not for a lot of late game people, because he doesn't hit really hard, right? If you've already got a very well established roster, you really just need somebody who does something good and hits really hard. If they don't hit, then it's not changing anything for you. It's just neat, cool. But for somebody who isn't super well established, he is a good engine for your team. He's also got like cleanse and by engine I mean turn meter boost. He also heals and he can decrease cooldowns. No, I'm referring to Jerboam, the latest fusion. His fusion just ended a little while ago. He's some ogre guy. I can show him after this. I haven't pulled him, but I've got his fragment sitting there. The fragment summons are an extra allure to any fusions because you can use them to help ensure another fusion without having to use your shards. Yeah, he's not an amazing champion for somebody like you, but for somebody progressing through the game, I reckon he's quite useful. Similarly to Adeline, a lot of the late game players and content creators are bashing on him, but it's hard. It's really hard when you've already got that kind of a roster to see what's going to help early game players progress. So I can't fault him too much. Like, they've already had everything solved forever. They haven't had to look at those problems for a long time. That's why I think if you're looking for certain content creators for answers, it's good to know where they sit on stuff. You get better advice that way. For example, like, Colred is more likely to give you accurate advice about an upcoming new champion. Same is probably true for MTG Jedi, right? Because these people do a lot of takeovers. They're scheduled every day, and it's like prime time out. Or no, Cold Red only does it once a week, but he's been doing them for well over a year, I believe. And MTG Jedi does shit tons of them. So they're usually looking at, what champions are gonna help people get through stuff. I guess MTG Jedi is a little more focused on late game Hydra. So he's probably between the spectrum of like Ash and I can't remember his name. He used to have AK-47 in his name. It's not Scrap. I don't remember his name. I'm sorry. It's late. And I went down that rabbit hole and I forgot what I was talking about. And then I also forgot to pull up Jerboam. But, yeah. I'm sure you know who I was talking about at this point. You probably also didn't go for him because he doesn't hit hard. Yeah, they have access to the test server too, so they can test out the multipliers and whatnot, see what kind of numbers they're gonna get. I don't think the test server quite answers it because you go into the test server looking for something. So the same people are going to be going into the test server looking at a champion, and I mean, you've seen it all kinds of, I'm sure you've seen it. I'm assuming, but they'll go into the test server, and what they do is they plug them in and they see what damage they deal on almost every champion. Sometimes that's irrelevant. Sometimes it doesn't fucking matter what damage they deal for most players. Like, or for a lot of players. I don't know if I can say most players, but for most of the players that I'm working with, the ones who haven't been playing for 5 years and have a bunch of yoked out champions, like, sometimes you just need somebody to make the rest of your team work better or keep the rest of the people alive. Yeah, exactly. Progressing players, and even for a while at the end of progression, I think. Because, like, progression is while you're getting through the dungeons. And, like, Like, I'm pretty much at the end of progression, right? I've beaten almost every dungeon at the highest level. I haven't finished hard Curse City, but that's like the one thing I'll be progressing through. And then beyond that, it's just PvP and pushing up higher numbers because I can one key everything. But still, a champion that doesn't deal damage can still be beneficial for me. So a little bit beyond that, because I don't have answers to everything. So if somebody answers enough questions for me or solves enough problems in one kit, then it might not matter if he hits people hard. But if you've got an index full of champions, you've got all kinds of different answers. And the only thing that's going to make a difference is if you get somebody that answers those questions and hits harder. Because that's all you need is to pump up those damage, those damage numbers. So his A1, increased turn meter, and RNG based cooldown is still kind of neat. Not bad if you're still progressing or whatnot. This is for PvP. No, it's not. This works for the Hydra's Fear as well. So whenever anybody gets feared, he gets his turn meter filled. If everybody gets feared, or if 5 people get feared, he's got a full turn. And he boosts up the other turn meter of his allies as well for it. He's got a full cleanse, a heal, a shield, increased duration of debuffs, and buffs. Yeah, that's a lot, actually. Yeah, I absolutely understand that. Yeah, I understand. I get it, dude. Like, if they're not, like, what is he gonna do for you? You've already got cleansers and turn meter fillers and cooldown resets, healers, shields. You've got everything for it that he does. The only thing that would make him good for you is if he did all of that and he hit really hard, right? He's defensive based, so it'd be easy to keep him alive and make him hit decent, but his multipliers aren't there. So for a player like you, he's not something that you want or need. And I understand that. And that's why power creep is inevitable, because they can't just let those players quit playing the game and get bored. They need to let them keep increasing their champions, and they need to keep developing content that then challenges even those players. So we need hard mode faction wars. We need the 3rd clan boss. And we need them to fix Curse City, so it's not so gosh darn depressing. Honestly, what they need a team of... they have so much stuff that they need to fix. I don't know. They need to fix some stuff. But hopefully they're working on it. I don't know what else to say about it. Alright, we are at 3:30 though. I do have to hit the hay. It takes me a while after I'm done streaming to settle down and be able to go to sleep, so I definitely gotta call it now. Get ready for bed while I can. Appreciate y'all hanging out. It's been a blast. Catch y'all next time.